Other team, yo. Go to the other team, Thomas.
Ron Hughes team. Oh, we're about to slam.
No, we're about to slam, nigga.
Ready?
Yep.
Bro, when you're like rolling, I was trying to shoot your head as you were rolling. It's still bulletproof. What?
Like, this dude Aquarius couldn't get a single kill.
Yo, let me get in
Nigga,
there.
that was the worst gun I've ever played. Oh, that shit was so
He's like, we're about to slam.
I didn't say that. That was
Yo, man, go to the other team, bro. No. You stay on my team.
We're here for that Tech 9 bench, nigga. We taking that shit
God,
by
nigga,
force,
we gonna take that shit, nigga.
You ain't want to give it to me by easily last time? We gonna take it by force this time, nigga.
Literally, nigga.
So either you hand that shit over now, my nigga.
Yes, nigga, we gonna take shit, nigga. We like that. Oh
The only
God.
thing you all take is dick, and we know that.
We take his dick. All right, nigga. Come on, nigga.
He's robbing.
Yes.
Fucking chain gang, bro. Why you talking shit on fucking birdie, bitch ass nigga? What's good with you?
Cuz, man, I'm hearing a whole lot of chain gang this, chain gang that, but we ain't seen y'all, my nigga.
Nigga,
Y'all
you
came in the city
crazy,
like 2-3
nigga.
days
I'm
ago. We
birdie,
ain't
bro.
seen y'all.
We got Team Chain Gang over here.
Nigga, like,
driveway, vibes in this bitch, vibe on the G, 5,000 bricks. Welcome to Dynasty Roleplay.
I got it.
Oh, pull. Going up. Oh, yo, the question was fun. On the bridge right there. On the bridge, team.
Sure do. Dead.
That dude's dead deep. He's dead deep. We're stood there. Two on me.
I might have just head tapped one.
I think we should make him dance naked. Take your shirt off, nigga.
No, I think we should take him to. I think we should go get tattoo removal. I think that's what we should do.
Yeah, and make him bald. We should get him a haircut.
Yeah, let's
Put
go
a
get
little
him.
blue on him.
Let's take him around town a little bit.
We should go like change.
He ain't even able to pay us back, bro.
Make him look pretty.
Change his hair, put it to blue,
change his hair,
just so they know that we were here, and he can let them know, spin back.
There we go. Go back.
There we go. There we go.
One more. Keep going back. There we go.
That's
a
a
girl.
pretty little girl.
Girl.
You look super good.
We're gonna. Alright, 20.
Find us
shoot in
cover.
like 3
Find us
seconds.
a car
3,
to
2, 1. Shoot. Good shit. Keep range. I'm dead. I'm out. I'm dead.
Oh, we won.
I'm dead. Stop shooting.
You gotta make sure they're dead. Grandpa, tell them we're here for a field trip.
Okay. Charles Johnson, we're here for a field trip.
Bro, what?
Oh, Charles Johnson, you don't know me?
For a field trip?
Oh, yeah, field trip.
Okay. I mean, feel free to take a look.
Okay. Let me look around.
2.
Let's get out of here.
3.
They're gonna pray?
We can go to paintball.
no, go to 309, trust.
309.
Yeah. 309. Oh. No, we didn't do anything. What?
Spacebar, so if you somebody get ready to punch you like this.
Hold the spacebar. Hold the spacebar.
Oh. I told her it was coming.
Holy shit.
Three, two, one. You gotta look at me. Lock on. I'm gonna punch.
Lord.
And then you're gonna dodge it. Ready?
I'm so glad I have my body cam on.
1.
That was so good. Holy shit.
I mean, I'm not doing this on purpose.
I'm gonna.
Got him. Got both of them. Hold on, let me get out. a bit.
What the fuck? That wasn't even me. Bro, that wasn't even me. What you talking about?
Fuck
you. Yes, it was, bruh.
Bro, you must be seeing things. You tripping. It's just cause I'm black. It's just cause I'm black.
We're not racist. We got a black driver.
Yeah, I ain't racist at all.
Yeah,
use a
ain't
bumper.
racist at all. That was real convincing, driver.
Y'all niggas like Vania a dick.
We got a veiny. What?
Y'all niggas like Vania a dick.
Bro, what?
Bro.
Is this your girl
You
a
guys
dude?
all
Your girl's a
fucking
dude.
bitches.
You know that,
Fuck
right?
all you guys.
She's a dude, right?
Yeah, you so broke,
Damn.
gotta steal my money, bitch. Get that shit back, broke fucking pussy.
Damn, guys, that's messed up.
Man, they tried to rob me, so
Better learn to stand in trunk,
You
man.
gotta stay out of cars, man.
self-defense.
Whoa,
Get out of here.
What you think of that dude's coochie?
Pussy.
They back to business, bro.
What do you think of that man's coochie?
First day in the city. Y'all should have seen her in the other city. Finally.
Oh, alright.
Now why did we do this? I don't know.
Where's pants at?
Where's
Y'all
Pants
stop
at?
flipping before you get hurt!
Oh!
You know what?
Stop
Stay
flipping!
hurt.
No one wants my son to stop. Oh Lord, his back. They gonna kill themselves doing stupid, silly shit. Silly shit. Y'all stop. Oh my god. Parkour.
You like that?
Parkour. You don't worry about how we got here, bro.
Wanna see me do a flip?
Just know that we here, alright?
Oh,
Who is this?
Go to the other team, yo. Go to the other team, Thomas.
Ron Hughes team.
Oh, we're better slam.
No, we're about to slam, nigga.
Ready?
Yep.
Bro, when you're like rolling, I was trying to shoot your head as you were rolling. It's still bulletproof. What?
Like, this dude, the querist, couldn't get a single
Yeah,
kill.
let me get in
Nigga,
there.
that was the worst gun I've ever played. Oh, that shit was so
He's like,
bad.
we're about to slam.
I didn't say that. That was
Yo, man, go to the other team, bro. No. You stay on my team.
I was muted that whole time. Awkward. But welcome to day 2. We're going to be talking about risk management today. TJR is going to be showing us some more from continuation from yesterday. We have the workbook here. We'll be following along. See what happens. Pretty excited. It's going to be a long day today again, but we have VIP, so we have after hours, which is going to extend it, but based off of how he introduces it, I might go offline for that. Might be a little more private. Seems like everything that we're going over here is probably already online somewhere along the lines somewhere, so we're going to just put it all in one place, and we're going to make it accessible to the public, and we're going to show that it actually works. Because I think that you look at all these traders and they have the money, and you know, you could be a fucking fake influencer. You could be fake anything. So to have somebody, a real fucking person like me, do it, it happens. And I'm the type of person, yeah, I'm a normal person, but I'll fucking execute. So if you're the type of person that will execute and has a great work ethic and just hasn't gotten a fucking shot, and you got a little bit of money saved up, this is going to be, you know, maybe your thing. Maybe not. You know, maybe the Shopify would be something. Maybe the clipping would be something. There's something for you to execute right now. So I'm exploring more I encourage you to explore more. And hopefully this guy, TJR, isn't on CPT today. He was on CPT yesterday, let's be honest. Let's be honest. TJR is CPT. I just commented that on his most recent reel. Song's not bad. He gets that.
What makes you think that I needed you? You don't know me. You don't even know me. You don't know me. That I'm not living right the way that I feel. You don't understand me. You can't even so why is my pain, my life? Oh, you don't even know. You don't even know. Say that I'm not living what I've been going through. You don't understand me. So why you judge my life? Why do you judge my life? Who are you? You say I'm not living right. Everything I try to do, you haven't walked in my shoes. I'm gonna move on. It's my life, it's my life. It's my life, it's my life. It's my life, it's my life.
Fucking late! You're late! Unless it starts at 4 and he's doing this hour early shit again. Bro, if I stay here for an hour, did you just want the video to finish? No way. There he goes. All right.
Yo, how are we doing, guys? Welcome to arguably a more important day than what day one was, because again, we covered a lot of, and by the way, we're just jumping right into it, okay? We're not going to be sit here chit-chatting like, you guys got it. We already talked about that shit yesterday. We're going to jump right into it. We got a lot of shit to cover today. Day two is arguably going to be more important than day one. Day one, you know, you guys have already seen those confluences on YouTube videos. You guys have already seen like how to put it together. You guys already know strategy for the most part. If you guys are new to trading, then awesome. Yesterday might have been a good lesson for you guys, or if you guys are advanced in trading and you guys have already spent some time in the markets, then maybe it was just like a good refresher. But today is really where we are going to help separate you guys from somebody that's just aspiring to become a full-time trader, to hopefully putting you guys in the correct mindset to one, position yourself correctly so that you guys can end up becoming profitable after you guys go through this 3-day live event, but also how you guys can structure not only your trading journal, but also your mindset so that you guys can be on that road and path to profitability. Forgive me if my voice is a little bit fucked up. I was talking for 5.5 hours straight yesterday, but it's because I freaking love you guys. So if I have to take little breaks and take sips of my water, then that's just going to happen. So today we are going to be talking about risk management, trade journaling, and psychology. And we also have 2 guest speakers that are going to be really crucial when it comes to talking about these subjects. And then even more importantly, make sure you guys stay to the end because we're giving away funded accounts. Who is going to say fucking no to free funded accounts? So if you guys want free fucking funded accounts, wait until the end of this thing because we're giving away free funded accounts, okay? So make sure you guys stay through all of this. And also that this is like literally the turning point for you guys' trading. Again, strategy you can find anywhere online when it comes to mindset and when it comes to risk management, psychology, and trade journaling. There's very specific ways to go about these things to be able to make your trading better. So with that being said, let's jump right into it. So let me pull my little note tab right on over here. So today we're going to be talking about risk management, trade journaling, and psychology. We're going to start off with risk management and trade journaling now. Get your little workbooks out because it's time to start taking notes already. So when it comes to risk management, and again, most of this is just going to be me talking directly to you guys. I do have some slides prepared as we get deeper into the psychology portion, but for the most part, it's just going to be me talking to you guys. So hopefully you guys have your notebooks out and you guys are ready to take notes on this stuff. So when it comes to risk management, the typical rule of thumb is most traders risk anywhere from 1 to 3% of their account size per trade. And the whole goal with risk management is to live to trade for another day. Now, again, if we think back to that definition of what trading is to us, how should we be thinking about trading? As the definition, our goal is to be able to accurately predict where the market wants to go with a high probability on a daily basis. Now, risk management is a key factor in being able to allow us to do this while also being able to maximize our wins and minimize our losses. Because if we go into the markets thinking, okay, day trading is all about making money, right? No, day trading is not about making money. It's about predicting where the market wants to go with a high probability. And just because you have a high probability doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to win every single trade. So what does that mean on the risk management side of things? You have to expect that losses are going to be involved. What do you have to expect as well on the psychology side of things? You have to expect that losses are going to be involved. If you aren't expecting these things, they're going to come through and they're going to punch you in the face, whether it's emotionally on the psychological side or financially on the account balance side. If you guys are risking large amounts per trade, and I'm going to get into this later, if you guys are risking large amounts every single time that you guys are trading, over risking and over leveraging, you guys are going to get smoked in the markets. And not only is that going to ruin your guys' account balance and potentially ruin you financially, it's also going to ruin you mentally. And I'm sure you guys have heard me talk about this multiple times in YouTube videos, but there was a time when I turned $10,000 into $112,000 over the span of 2 days. And you're probably thinking, holy shit, how did you do that? I want to be just like you. No, you do not want to be just like me, because guess what happened to that $112,000? The very next day, I lost every single penny of it. The account balance was at 0 because I was trading the exact same way that helped me build up that account balance to end up losing that account balance. So just like how you can, you have the very tiniest small potential ability to 10x your account size, you can also dwindle your account size down to 0. And let me tell you, that 6 figures at that point in time in my life would have changed my life forever. But an even bigger lesson that experience taught me was that if I hadn't lost that 6 figures, I would not be the trader that I am today, because that lesson in itself taught me the lesson of risk management. And finally, it got it through my head that, hey, maybe if you actually use proper risk management, you were crushing it the past 2 days. You were accurately predicting where the market wanted to go, versus if you were using proper risk management, you only would have lost 1% of that 6 figures on that singular losing trade. But instead, what happened? You lost your entire account balance. And this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday when it comes to trade journaling. Why the fuck would you be over risking? Why the fuck would you be over trading When you have a strategy that you have proven probability with, when you have proven to yourself that, hey, these numbers do not lie. These numbers are telling me that over a 6-month period of time or over a year's worth of time, I am profitable in the markets. This is my win rate. This is my risk to reward. So why the fuck would I try and change that? Why the fuck would I put any more risk on top of that when I could just be risking 1 to 3% of my account and make slow and steady gains on that? And believe it or not, like, you are going to be able to make a substantial amount of money and far more money than you would have in the other side, because the other side of that side of risk management is you not risking correctly, and you're going to have these drastic swings. And guess what? If you keep reinforcing that bad habit, you're never going to break out of it. So let's say, okay, cool, I turned my $10,000 into $112,000, but then it went to zero. Why did it go to zero? Because I thought I was reinforcing that bad habit. I was telling myself that, oh, I just turned 10K into 112K. I'm about to turn 112K into $1 million, because that's exactly the X multiple that I just did on this $10,000. And then what did that lead me to do the very next day? Boom, account balance is now at zero. And that's exactly what's going to happen to you guys if you guys try and trade that way, or if you guys try and put on risk that way. You guys are going to end up falling into that trap. And it's never ending. No matter at what scale, you're probably going to say, yeah, I would have pulled out the 6 figures. Bro, that 6 figures would have changed my life. That 6 figures literally would have changed my life. And at that point in time, I was so delusional and I was so fucked up in the head. And I was like, no, I'm going to turn this bigger, because I was reinforcing the bad habits of over risking. Now, another thing that you guys need to understand with risk management is understanding your guys' own risk tolerance, okay? And this touches a little bit on psychology, where some of us are willing and able to have a higher risk tolerance than others. Okay, so I think about myself. I have a pretty high risk tolerance when it comes to trading, where you guys have seen me, risk $100,000 on a trade. You guys have seen me lose $200,000 on, a day in trading. That's a pretty high risk tolerance versus somebody else who might be even more wealthy than me, or maybe even a better trader than me, who has a much bigger account size than me. Emotionally, maybe he can't stomach losing $200,000 in a day, or maybe he can't stomach losing $100,000 in a day. He has to be conscious of that. You have to be conscious of your own risk tolerance to understand that, okay, even if my account balance is, let's say, boom, $100,000, if you are unable, at least at this point in time, emotionally, to be able to be risking 1% of your account balance, so $1,000 per day, then that is a part of risk management that you have to understand, that you have to incorporate into your risk management plan. Because then if you can't stomach risking $1,000 per day, and you know that that's going to make you emotional about either the win or the loss, then you cannot be trading with that money, and you need to size down. So it's not just as simple as, oh yeah, risk 1% of your account per day on a live account, or oh yeah, risk 3% of your account per day on a live account. We need to think not only about how can we live to trade another day, because that's what trading is all about. It's about living to trade another day, so that probability, that the strategy that I taught you guys yesterday can continuously give us that awesome side effect of trading that probability gives us, which is money. Right? So how can we properly manage our risk on a daily basis so that we can live through not only occasionally like a losing week, or in my case, right, this past October, okay, I had a losing month, but here I am, I'm able to put on the same exact risk. Matter of fact, in the month of October, I'm planning on risking more. Even after having a losing month, you're probably saying, how does that even work? Well, it's because my risk tolerance is built up for that. And on top of that, I'm not risking drastic amounts of my account balance every single time. And my account balance is built to be able to withstand these losses. And on top of that, I'm willing to take these trades because I know probability is on my side. So strategy, psychology, and risk management, they all work together, because risk management is nothing if you're just managing risk on a bullshit coin flip, right? because that's going to give you 50-50 odds versus if you have an edge in the market, if you have a strategy that can prove, hey, we have a higher probability when executing on this edge, awesome. And we see that through trade journaling, beautiful. We have strategy locked in. But then if we're risking a certain amount that we're unable to stomach emotionally, and that loss or that win that we get based off that risk amount is going to cause us to be super happy about the win. Again, we shouldn't be jumping for fucking joy about wins. And we shouldn't be moping and having a horrible day after a loss. It should be emotionless. Your losses are a part of the business expense of trading. So all three of these skill sets work together when it comes to specifically risk management, and obviously all together with trading, but specifically risk management. You need your strategy to use risk management to show you, hey, there's a reason why we're actually putting money on the table right now, because our trade journal, or over the course of 6 months or over the course of a year, my win rate is positive, and my risk to reward combined with that win rate tells me that I am a profitable trader. My edge works in the market. Awesome. So there's a reason for us to put risk on. Now that we have a reason to put risk on, we have to be able to stomach that risk. We should never be trading with an amount of money that is going to cause us to make emotional decisions either before or after the trade. So before the trade, how could we possibly be making emotional decisions before we take a trade? Well, we're thinking about all the money that we could potentially win. We're getting greedy. And we say, oh my goodness, this is the perfect setup ever. I'm just going to skip over the last step of our strategy that gives me the probability that I need in order to be profitable. And I'm just going to take this trade right now. You're trading with an amount of money that you should not be trading with, because you're making emotional decisions off of this now. If you guys are happy about winning, or even thinking about what your profit is going to be, and getting happy or some sort of dopamine boost to your brain about that, you need to de-risk. Or if you lose a trade and you get super upset and you're sad about that money that you guys lost, that you put on the table, you willingly put that money on the table. You have to be comfortable with that money being taken away. That is a part of trading. If you weren't comfortable putting that money on the table and that money being taken away, then you're playing a game that you guys can't afford just yet. And you need to de-risk, because losses are a part of trading. It's our business expense. Just like any other business model, okay? Trading doesn't have a 100% profit margin, okay? What are our business expenses? Our business expenses are losses. And our losses, we are paying for lessons in the market. Why did we lose? How can I get better from this? How can I turn this loss into a lesson? And how can I use this to help improve my strategy, to improve my psychology? That's how we need to be thinking about risk management. Risk management is simple on paper. It's as simple as, don't trade with money that you're not willing to lose. Risk a small amount of your account balance so that you can live to trade another day. And that's it. But the problem is that we as humans, we're emotional creatures, and we let money get involved, and we're just so emotionally attached to money, is that the second that money gets involved, that's when we get greedy, and that's when we start over-risking, start trading with money that we can't afford to lose. And then when we do lose that money, that's when we start taking FOMO trades. That's when we start taking revenge trades. And then that's when we end up crashing out and losing all of our money trading. Okay? So if you guys want to make trading a full-time job, which I'm assuming the vast majority of you guys want to do this, you guys have to treat it as one. If you guys are trying to hit the casino, go to the casino. There's a whole bunch of websites online that, can give you a big flip if that's what you're looking for. But trading is a job, so treat it like one. Understand the business expenses, the losses that are involved with trading, and understand them and be willing to take them. It's like a clothing brand, for example. How am I supposed to make money? Well, I have to take a loss first by buying out the inventory. Okay, but what does that loss give me the opportunity to do? It gives me the opportunity to make more money. Us as traders, we have a high win rate. We have a good risk to reward. Does that mean that we're going to have a 100% win rate? No. But so what does that mean about the losses? When we take losses, what does that give us the ability to do? That gives us the ability to end up making money in the markets. A loss is a drop, a percentage that is included in the probability that our strategy gives us in the market. So without losses, we are nothing as traders. We have to embrace losses. We have to accept losses. We have to welcome losses. Because when we see a loss, we can see, awesome, that's going towards my probability in the market. That's a business expense. And if you can't see that, then trading is not for you. And the last thing that we need to cover on risk management is expanding your guys' timeline on day trading. Day trading will not get you guys rich overnight, but it can change your life. And you guys need to understand the difference between the two. Day trading changed my life, but it did not make me rich quick. And a lot of people get into trading because they see someone like me who has a fancy car, who has nice things, and is living a life of their dreams. And they just think that this happened overnight because they followed me yesterday. And they're like, oh, damn, this dude got all this stuff yesterday because that's when I started following. No, dude, I've been doing this for years now. I've been putting in all the work required to be able to get me to where I'm at now. And all of you guys have to be willing to put in that same amount of work to be able to get there as well. It's not just okay, I'm going to go to bed after this and then wake up and then boom, I'm in a Lambo. That's not how this works. But the nice thing about all of this is that trading can change your life really fucking quick if you understand these concepts and these things that we've talked about over yesterday and as we get into them today. If you guys can expand your guys' timeline on day trading and understand that we are not going to get rich overnight. And if you are trying to get rich quick overnight, then you're going to be using poor risk management and your psychology is going to get fucked up and then probability is not going to be on your side. And then at that point, you're flipping a coin. If not, it's a weighted coin that's going against your favor. We need to use statistics. We need to use trade journals. We need to use a strategy that gives us probability in the market. We need to use these things to our advantage, like risk management plans, like strategies that give us an edge in the market, a proven edge that gives us proven probability in the market. And without those things, then what are we doing? Again, like I told you guys yesterday, we think about the definition of trading. What is the definition of trading? Being able to predict where price wants to go with a high probability on a daily basis. Do you hear anything about making money in that? Or about getting rich quick overnight in that? No, it's not what it's all about. That's not what is involved with this at all. Okay? Trading is about using probabilities to our advantage that is built out through our strategy and then living to trade another day through risk management and then sticking to that risk management plan and sticking to that strategy that we have built out through psychology. The big three skills: strategy, risk management, and psychology. You only need to master 3 skills in order to make it in day trading, and it's so fucking easy when you guys can get it through your head and when you can stop thinking in fantasy land of what you imagined trading was going to be. Newsflash, it's different, but it's possible. Get that through your head. We have to find an edge in the market. We have to build probability by creating a strategy, by backtesting, by finding that data through journaling. We maintain that probability. We live to trade another day. Sorry, it looks like I'm flipping you off. We live to trade another day through risk management. And how do we maintain these two? How do we maintain our strategy? How do we maintain our risk management? How do we stay disciplined to those 2 rules that make us money in the markets? Through psychology. And without these 3 things, without all 3, you're going to get smoked. If you have probability but no risk management, you're fucked. If you have probability and risk management, but you're unable to stick to those two plans, you're fucked. If you have risk management and discipline, but you don't have a strategy, you got nothing. Because you don't have probability on your side. You need all three together, and that's what we're here to teach you guys in this call. Yesterday, we talked to you guys about strategy. I just talked to you guys about risk management. You're probably saying, well,
Right now, TJR is dropping some game on risk management, psychology, stuff like that. If you guys are just tuning in, thanks for dropping by.
okay, I need to risk a certain portion of my account balance so I can live to trade another day. We look at what our win rate is. We look at what our risk to reward is. And we take a small portion of our account balance and we say, I'm willing to risk this much per day or this much per trade to go into that probability machine that is our win rate, that is our risk to reward. And by doing that, I know that if I keep throwing these chips in, these risk chips into that machine, I can go a month of losing without blowing my entire account. And I can also go a month straight of winning while getting a good reward, right? So most people, what they do is they risk around 1 to 3% of their account balance, right? But it's just finding the right percentage of your account that you're willing to do for yourself. Obviously, you don't want to go too high up on that ladder or else you get into the area of over risking and over leveraging, okay? And not being able to live to trade another day. But also we need to think about what's our risk tolerance. If you're unable to tolerate even being able to risk, let's say you're a super high capital individual and you have like $100,000 that you're willing to throw into a trading account, it's a lot of freaking money, but you get emotional over the swings that risking 1% of your account balance gives you, then you need to de-risk. I don't care what your account balance is. We need to de-risk so that emotions don't get into play. Because the second that emotions get into play, then boom, we're not going to be taking trades off our strategy and we're not going to be following our risk management plan, and then we're fucked. The second that your psychology breaks is when we're screwed. Okay. Now, the next thing that I'm going to transition into is talking about trade journaling. Okay. Trade journaling, like me and Darius were talking about yesterday, is super important. And like I've been talking about for the start of this lesson, is very, very, very insanely important. Okay, this is like our little interim to psychology. Because again, risk management, it's really fucking easy, man. You build out the risk management plan, you find a risk amount that you're willing to risk per day that you're willing to lose. Okay, that's not a drastic amount of money. That's going to help you live to trade another day. And as you keep putting those trades in to your probability, to your win rate, to your risk to reward, you are going to end up with the awesome side effect of trading, which is making money. Okay, risk management is as simple as establishing what your risk tolerance is, making sure that that risk tolerance gives you the ability to live to trade another day, and then sticking to that through psychology. Now, trade journaling is kind of in between these two. It helps us understand our risk management a little bit more, and it will help us out with our psychology. So if you guys don't have a trade journal already, it can be as simple as, using a freaking notebook like this, okay? Or you can I use this for like just mental journaling, or you can use what I use, which is TradeZella. And we actually have the owner of TradeZella and a very prolific trader coming to speak to us in 30 minutes to kind of talk about how important trade journaling is. And I'm going to talk about that right now before we get him on, and how I approach trade journaling and what I look at for the statistics to help improve our trading. But TradeZella is a very, very useful online tool where you can literally just connect your brokerage to it, and then boom, it instantly spits out. And I'll go ahead and open up my TradeZella and show you guys my stats and how I break it down and how I look at things on their website, and kind of give you guys a little breakdown of what it looks like and how it's beneficial. And I'm sure Umar will do the same. But having this data is super, super important, just like me and Darius were talking about yesterday. So let's talk about what stats are most important with trading. You guys have heard me mention these two consistently yesterday and today: win rate and risk to reward. Once you guys understand both of these numbers, you guys are going to be able to maximize your profit by taking these averages and then creating a proper risk management plan around them. Okay, again, as long as your guys' psychology and emotional bandwidth is up for it. Okay, but win rate and risk reward are the two most important statistics when it comes to trading, because win rate plus risk reward equals profitability. Okay, when you combine a positive win rate with, like, literally if you combine a 50% win rate with anything over a 1 to 1.1 risk to reward, then you are a profitable trader. Now imagine what happens if you have a 60% win rate with a 1 to 2 risk to reward. You are profitable, and then we can start scaling our risk management plan around that. And again, just like how what Darius was saying yesterday in his call, trade journaling was one of the most important things for him to be able to turn profitable. And it's the same thing for me. Like, I love having these stats built into Trade Zella for me, because I can look back and I can see, okay, this month when I took 15 trades, I had a lower win rate compared to this month when I only took 7 trades, and maybe I was a little bit more patient in the market and I had a higher risk reward, I had a much higher win rate. Awesome. That immediately is telling me, okay, maybe I should take less trades. Okay. But without this data, we are unable to see not only if we're going to be a profitable trader, but also as unprofitable traders, we're unable to see our progress. This is why trade journaling is so freaking important, especially for you guys right now as unprofitable traders. A lot of you guys are just like, day trading, it sucks because it's super black and white, right? It's super like you are either profitable or you are unprofitable, right? And you're just stuck between the two. And if you're unprofitable, it's very difficult to see improvement. Versus if you have a trade journal that is calculating your data with every single trade that you take, you are going to be able to see improvement. You can see, okay, this month I had a better win rate, I had a better risk reward compared to last month. That's improvement. I'm still not profitable yet, but I'm seeing growth. So all of the things that I changed from last month going into this month, I know were good changes, and boom, you are on the right track. You can see and actually accurately track your growth. Versus if you're just like, okay, I was red this week and I was red this last week, and I don't really know what I did right or what I did wrong, then you're sitting there in the dark. Versus if you have a trade journal with you, you can see, okay, yes, I still ended up red last month, and this month I was still red as well, but last month I had a higher win rate but a lower risk to reward. What were the trades that I was taking? And then this goes even deeper into trade journaling, where we need to be journaling what our bias is, what confluences we were looking when we were calculating what our daily bias is for the day, what entry confluences we were using, what confluences were we using when we were executing, what confluences were we using when we were exiting. Okay, what was our thought process before we took the trade? What was our thought process during the trade? What was our thought process after we took the trade? All of these things we need to journal, because without them, we're left in the dark and we're unable to see where we can fix or areas for improvement. Okay, without these things, we are going to be left in the dark, and we're literally fucking hopeless. So write this down, the things that we need to be journaling. And again, ideally you guys connect your brokerage to an online trade journal such as Trade Zella, so that you guys can, again, see these statistics. But again, let's write this down. What do we need to be journaling aside from win rate and risk to reward, because that's automatically going to be calculated for us? We need to write down what our bias was when we were looking for our bias, what confluences we were using, what was our entry and what confluences when we were entering. How and why did we exit? What were our confluences for our exits? Where was our stop loss? Why was our stop loss placed there? Where was our take profits? Why were we taking profit at those points in time? When we are trying to trade, nothing can be random. There should be a reason for everything. There should be a reason for every single entry. There should be a reason for every single exit. And if you're going in blind to these things, then you need to straighten up. and you need to figure out exactly why you are entering and why you are exiting, why you're taking profit at certain price points. Oh, I took profit here because why? Why? If you can't tell me why, then you probably could have let the trade run, or you probably shouldn't have even taken that trade in the first place. We need this data, not only for us to be able to see what's causing us to lose trades and what thought process is causing us to either make more money in the market or lose more money in the market, because that's going to give us insight on like, hey, whenever I take trades,
This dog's getting some.
whenever I take trades, jeez.
Get him, Baba.
Give me 1 second.
That's literally my life. There's a squirrel outside in the window.
Sorry guys, someone was breaking in, aka Boogie getting mad. Sorry, we're back. Anyways, we need to be writing down these things, or else we're just in the dark, okay? If we're not writing down our entry confluences, if we're not writing down our exit confluences, then we have no insight on whether we won the trade for whatever reason or why we lost the trade for whatever reason. Because then you're just going to look back and be like, I made money on this day, so it must be right. Or I lost money on this day, so I must have been wrong for whatever reason. And then you can't even look back on the reason why you were wrong. So journaling helps us narrow down the confluences and the psychological errors that are holding us back as traders. So again, like I was telling you guys, we need to write down what was our thought process for the bias that we had for the day? What was our thought process for the entry for that day? What was the thought process for the exit for that day? What was our thought process psychological wise pre-trade, during trade, and post-trade? Because again, we need to be mapping out the things that give us the probability in the market so that we can actually identify where we are going wrong to help boost our probability. Give me 1 second. Okay, so by us journaling these things, it helps us pinpoint what mistakes we're making when we lose, and then also pinpoint where and why we're winning. Like, I'm sure a lot of you guys are just going into this blindly, and like you guys are just using what you think is a correct strategy that gives you probability in the market, and then when you win, you like pat yourself on the back and then you just like leave for the day. Like, no, bro, you're unprofitable right now. Right now you are unprofitable. So, like, why the fuck are you just leaving this win out to rest and going about your day? Analyze that shit. What did you do so you can do it over again, so you can repeat yourself? Okay? And again, like I was saying, journaling also helps us see progress in a very black and white market where most unprofitable traders are unable to see progress. And that causes you guys to give up. There's a statistic that I'm going to bring up later on when it comes to psychology, where everybody knows the statistic, okay, 95 to whatever, 98% of traders fail, right? And it's not that they fail, it's that they give up. And for the most part, it's because they don't know what they're doing wrong, and they're just like, well, like, fuck me, I'm just done with this. I can't do this anymore. And me personally, I would like to know what I'm doing wrong before I give up. Because if I'm going to give up on something that I want so bad, like every single one of you guys is in here right now that wants to change their life with trading, I would fucking hope and pray that you guys are at least, before you guys give up, at least understand the reason why you're giving up. Right? Know why you're losing trades. But that's the thing. If you know why you're losing the trades, if you have them written down, then you know how you're going to improve. So there should be literally nothing stopping you from this. Now, again, I was talking about TradeZella. I'm going to pull it up and show you guys like my statistics and like how I look at certain months or trading days, and how we can go in there and like analyze the stats. So give me a second while I come through and pull this thing up. So here we go. Lit. Okay. I'm assuming that you guys can see this here. So I'll just take you guys through a couple of months. So over the past 6 months, I've been able to make around $846,000 from the market. And I don't want you guys to be like, holy shit, bro, that's fucking awesome. Like, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're not here to talk about profit, because profit and losses for everybody is going to be different. What we're here to talk about is the important shit, which is the data that's in front of us. Okay. So again, this is super important, right? My win rate actually isn't anything to like go home and write about, but my risk to reward, again, win rate and risk to reward together end up creating profitable traders, right? We can see that my average risk to reward is at around a 1 to 1.8 risk to reward, which means for the most part, when I'm winning a trade, my wins are damn near two times the size of my losses.
I'm not pocket watching.
Okay, and that's the awesome thing with that risk to reward. It gives me the freedom and the ability to not necessarily stress out if every single day is going to be a winning day or a losing day. Okay, and it gives me the ability to have losing trades, because me personally, like, I don't like to get so hung up on, okay, is this going to be a winning day or a losing day, and am I going to have to take multiple trades on this day to be able to make it all back? Like, no, I know that probability is in my favor because of both of these statistics right here. So what I'm going to do is we'll look at, like, we'll use the crazy month, or actually, nah, let's not use September. We'll go ahead and, because September was like lots of swings, we can use the month of May. Okay, cool. So look here, the month of May, how much money did I make? $116,000. Okay. The first day of May, I lost $34,000. Again, some people will get super hung up on this and they would be like, oh my goodness, what did I do wrong? Obviously, I want to go in there and in detail and go over what my thought process was while I was taking that trade. What were some things that I did incorrectly? But also, because I have these statistics up here, I know that probability is on my side. So I'm willing and I'm able to take another trade on the following day. I didn't take a trade on Friday because I probably didn't see a setup. But again, I'm willing to pull the trigger again with literally the same risk. And I mean, this is a pretty textbook month to look at right here, because we can see, okay, how much am I risking on this day? $34,000. That's okay. I lose that. I'm able to stomach that loss. That's not a certain dollar amount for me that is making me super sick to my stomach, right? And then, okay, let's say I thought that this was a good day to trade. Cool. Awesome. That loss, it's a drop in my probability bucket, right? That loss is a business expense for me to learn from, for me to grow, for me to actually get better at trading. Okay, and then we go to the next day that I trade. What do? I risk damn near the same exact amount of money. I risk literally the same exact amount of money. And then what happens? I lose again. But why am I unfazed by that loss? Because I know that probability is on my side, that my win rate with my risk to reward is going to continuously play in my favor. So even though I have back-to-back losing days on days that I'm trading, I do not care. Why? Because I know that for the most part, my wins are double the size of my losses. And then, oh, would you look at that? The very next day that I trade, there's a win that completely wipes away 2 losses and then gives me a $10,000 profit on top of that. So we can literally see how one trading day can wipe away 2 losses. And that is why it's so important to understand our probability in the market and to understand our risk to reward in the market, and to maintain level-headedness and not to tweak out. Because what would have happened If I risk this much, boom, I risk $34,000, I lose. I risk $34,000, I lose. Oh man, I'm going on a losing streak. Oh, everything's fucked up. I don't know how to trade. I need to de-risk. I need to change everything. What would have happened if I de-risked here? Boom, this winning day would have been a lot smaller. Versus what do I have backing on my fucking back? I have the stats to prove to me that I am able to risk that same amount again. And then what happens? I make both of these losses back and then make a profit on top of that. The next trading day, what happens? Boom, I make another profit. The next trading day, what happens? Oh wow, that's a big loss. You're right, that is a big loss, but look what happens the very next day. I make that entire loss back and then $56,000 on top of that. Again, I'm able to place these trades and I'm able to put this risk on because I have probability and statistics on my side. And if I didn't have these statistics on my side, then I would essentially be trading in the dark. How could I stomach the fact of being able to put on another $34,000 on the day without knowing that, hey, eventually I'm going to have a win and eventually my win is going to wipe out these two losses? I wouldn't be able to know that without a trade journal. And I wouldn't even be able to know these statistics without a trade journal. Okay, let's look at the month of June. Again, oh dude, this is like this is a perfect example. Let's forget about this winning day, whatever. We can get that gone. I want to focus on the losses. Look at these losses. Boom, $21,000 loss. I do not care because probability and statistics are on my side. The next day, oh man, $47,000 loss. Maybe it's getting into his head. Maybe he's all fucked up from this. The next day, $11,000 loss, or actually this was a break-even day. $11,000 was from fees, but still, this is a total of around $70,000 lost over the course of 3 days. Most people, that would fuck up their mental. But why does it not fuck up my mental? Because I know that I have these statistics and I have win rate and risk to reward on my side. And again, win rate and risk to reward, what does that end up giving me? A $134,000 win that completely wipes out that entire $70,000 loss and then pretty much doubles what I lost over the course of 3 days. Same exact situation here. We lose $44,000. Oh no, I could get in my head about this. I could de-risk. Right? But it's hard like literally when you know your statistics and when you know your win rate and when you know your risk to reward in the market, it's very fucking difficult to go against that. Just like how Darius was saying, once he understood that his strategy gave him a certain profit or a certain probability in the market with a specific win rate and a specific risk to reward, it's like, bro, we have an infinite money glitch on our hands, and all that we have to do is risk properly, and then we're going to make money continuously over the massive timeline of our trading career. And that's eventually going to scale to account balances and to values that we can't even fathom yet. When I was first starting trading, even having an account balance the size of my P&L over the past 6 months would be fucking mind-boggling. Oh, and this is my profit for 6 months. Oh, imagine what my account balance is. And again, this was just like a couple years ago of me, like, just I wouldn't even be able to fathom the types of trades that I'm taking nowadays. And none of this would be possible without me knowing what my probability is in the market. Because without knowing what your probability is in the market, then you're going in blind. Okay. Again, like, we can look at the month of August. Only 7 days traded. I skipped 2 full weeks of trading. The first day of August, boom, made $76,000. Okay, we make another win, and then uh-oh, this loss pretty much equals the same exact amount of this win. Damn it, am I scared because I'm pretty much break even on this week so far? No, because I know probability is on my side. And then what do you freaking know? The very next trading day, I end up making $150,000. Oh no, should I be scared because I just lost back-to-back days? No, because again, like literally just look at the differences. Look at the difference in number from my losses to my wins. And it's directly proportional to, again, my win rate and my risk to reward. When I lose, my wins are typically double what I'm losing. And then with a somewhat positive win rate, boom, you have probability on your side, so you should be willing to press buy and press sell every single time that your strategy presents itself, because that is giving you the probability that you need. Psychology should no longer be an issue when you have these statistics on your side. Emotion should no longer be an issue. You should be able to execute flawlessly with discipline without even thinking about it, without even thinking about these things. You should be able to get into the market and press the button every single time. Why? Because you know that probability is on your side. And that's exactly what I taught you guys about yesterday, building out that strategy to give you probability in the market. Now, it's talking about how can we trust that we have probability? By using things like a trade journal. How can we continue to trade on that probability? By using things like risk management, by living to trade another day. And then how can we stick to that probability? How can we stick to that probability? And how can we stick to executing on these things? That requires discipline, and that requires not letting emotions get involved. Okay, I mean, we can look at this month, for example. This was one of my best trading months of this entire year, or this was my best trading month of this entire year. I made $491,000 over the course of September. Again, like I just look at these wins and then compare them to the losses, and my wins are eating my losses every single time. We had a $42,000 profit on the first week. And then the second week, oh no, I lost $22,000. Should I be concerned? No, because I just made $42,000. Why? Because I know probability's on my side. And then what do you fucking know? Probability's on my side, and then I'm able to make another $32,000 to wipe this loss away and to give me another $10,000 in profit on top of that. And then, damn, this loss is a little bit bigger than what these wins together were. Well, that's okay. I'm still willing to pull the trigger. Damn, I lost again. Well, that's okay. I'm still willing to pull the trigger. Damn, I lost again, and that's a lot of money. I'm still willing to pull the trigger. Why? Because I have probability on my side. And then we look at the next two trading days, $426,000, $900 or $98,000. And then I just go on a berserk win streak. Win, 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 win. Probability is on our side when we have a strategy, so we should not be scared of pressing the buy button or pressing the sell button. We should not be scared about losing money. If you're scared about losing money, then you have an issue. Either you do not trust the strategy that you have built for yourself, and that means that you're not trade journaling, or you're risking way too much and you're risking money that you can't afford to lose right now. Okay. Now, we luckily have the very awesome Umar Ashraf that is going to speak with us, who's somebody that maybe you guys know him, maybe you guys don't. Hopefully I can be a great introduction to this guy for you guys. This guy has been a profitable trader for many years now. He's been trading since before I was trading, and he used to put out YouTube content, not as consistently anymore now. He's the creator of that trade journal that I just showed you guys, and a very knowledgeable trader in the space, an 8-figure trader. Okay, he absolutely crushes it in the trading space, and he does it on his own. He doesn't need any sort of like external validation from people. He doesn't always like need to post wins or like post his flashy shit, flashy lifestyle. He does this shit on his own and is a very reputable trader in the space. So if I'm able to give this intro to you guys, then awesome. If you guys already know him, you guys know what he's all about. We're going to get him on here right now so we can just go ahead and start this interview. Sorry, we're just bringing him in here. But yeah, guys, while he's joining up, again, hopefully that like at least just painted the fucking picture of why it's so important to be trade journaling and understanding, again, because without a trade journal, then we don't even know if our edge works, right? So without a trade journal, we don't even know if our strategy is correct, if we're even good at this skill. Like, it's one thing to say like, oh yeah, dude, like, yeah, I'm a profitable trader because I had one green month or I had one green week. But then you look at the statistics and your statistics are all fucked up and it's like, okay, you're actually not profitable. You got lucky on like a singular trade or one or two trades, and that can be a humbling moment for you. And instead of you guys jumping into a live account or a funded account, maybe that can save you guys a couple bucks and make you guys stick to demo. Okay. And again, like, all of these things are so important, and a lot of people overlook these things. And this is something that, again, I've never really talked about on a YouTube video before. So hopefully you guys are getting some new knowledge when it comes to this sort of stuff that can really take your guys' trading to the next level. And that's literally like required to take your guys' trading to the next level. But yeah, once we get Umar on here, whoa, I almost just choked. We'll be able to have him talk about trade journaling, what his thought process was with creating the platform of TradeZella. And then also, what he does on his own as a profitable trader to help differentiate himself from a unprofitable trader. Because again, he's been trading a lot longer than me. And he's like Unk. And a lot of you guys see me as like Unk in the space. And like, I have several years of trading under my belt, but it's pretty cool to talk to somebody who has like over 10 years of trading experience. You know, like, I'm coming up on that. It's going to be, yeah, like 3 or 4 years until I hit that point. So I'm almost halfway there. I'm almost halfway Unk. But again, like, it's crazy the amount of hours that you can spend on these charts and the amount of knowledge that you get from them. Just like Darius was saying yesterday, bro, you get a different type of intuition and you get a different type of skill set when you get that much market experience of being able to, like, just sit and watch a market open every single day for 10 years straight. Like, that does something to your brain. You're able to see these confluences like the back of your fucking hand. You no longer have to mark them out on the chart. They just show up in your brain for you. Like, all the shit that we were doing yesterday, I don't have to mark that out on the chart when I trade. I do it for you guys in YouTube videos and in my trade recaps because it helps you guys. But dude, if I were trading all alone by myself, bro, I would probably just be doing it on my phone. And that's how I used to trade before I even did social media, was I was marking out these confluences on my phone by myself. And That's how I was trading. Like, it was just easy to me. It was just like aimbot. It's like, boom, confluence here, confluence here, confluence here. And then you already see it play out because you just know your strategy like the back of your hand.
I go to the bathroom.
And once you understand that your strategy like the back of your hand and you know that probability's on your side, boom, you're pressing that button every single time. And you're willing to put on risk in the markets every single time because you know that probability is on your side. And if you guys don't have those statistics, then you're just sitting there like a fucking lost dog, bro. You don't know where the fuck to go. So again, like, I can't stress enough how important trade journaling is. And hopefully you guys got that through your head as I'm just like going through winning months and I'm like, yo, boom, we can see that. Why am I willing to take another trade on this day, especially when my strategy presents itself? Because probability tells me to, right? So if we can build probability and we can have probability on the backs or on our backs, then boom, like we have a infinite money glitch, as Darius was saying, and all that we have to do is execute flawlessly and with discipline. And that's where psychology is going to come in. When I end up talking about psychology, once we get Umar on here to speak, when I end up talking about psychology, you guys are going to see how you guys should be thinking about trading, and hopefully I can open your mind up to just like a different level of thinking when it comes to thinking about your trades and exposing some of the emotions that a lot of you guys deal with on a daily basis. Because again, like, psychology is one of the biggest things in trading. Obviously we need probabilities on our side. But a lot of you guys don't even know what your probabilities are, and that's how trade journaling helps us. But again, once we have those probabilities, it's actually executing on them flawlessly without letting emotions get the best of us. Okay, cool. We got Umar in here. We're going to go ahead and pull him in. Sweet. What's up?
What's up, Tyler?
What up, man?
How you doing?
Okay, dude, I'm doing good. Okay, so awesome. I actually just showed them Trade Zella, and I wanted to do just like a quick little mini interview with you, ask you a couple questions. As somebody who's like relatively private with their trading online, at least nowadays, as somebody that isn't really like posting too much when it comes to, like, I guess, informational content on YouTube. I know you used to do that in the past, but again, kind of getting insight from somebody that has more years in the market than me. So the first question that I have for you is, like, what was the thought process with starting Trade Zella, and what were you doing prior to that to be able to get the statistics necessary in order to understand like your edge and your probabilities in the market? Because I'm assuming that's why you created that tool in the first place, to understand what your probabilities are in the market so that you can have confidence in taking your trades, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, ultimately, prior to that, I used a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of, notebooks, notepads, and stuff like that. For me, the biggest thing in everything in business, personal life, working out, whatever it is always, whatever you measure is what can get improved. So for me, the biggest kind of improvement in my trading in my 12-year journey in the first 2 years was to be able to identify what's working, what's not working. Where am I making mistakes? What are the consistent blockers I have? What's making it difficult for me to size up? What makes it harder for me to take losses? What strategies or approaches work? When do they stop working? So tracking data was essential to that. And I think the idea of starting Trade Zella was, hey, I think the market has a big gap in needing a tool that solves this problem at a high level. That's why I decided to, build a product.
Yeah, 100%. And I guess for all of these traders that are on here right now, maybe some of them are absolute beginners or some of them are a little bit advanced, but all of them came on here for one specific reason, is like they are having trouble with their trading and they are trying to look for some sort of improvement. Like, how would you, I guess, tell them, or what's something that you could tell them to help identify some of the problems that they're having? Obviously, it starts with trade journaling and being able to track everything and get the data on everything. But I guess, like, what are those systems and what are those specific key data points that they should be tracking?
Sure. So I put together a presentation to go over with everyone around that. So I think even before tracking, you have to have the right things to track, right? So there's two components of it. Before you even like go into journaling and tracking data or doing anything, your data collection has to be accurate. So what do I mean by that? I mean that if I wake up tomorrow and I trade crypto, and then the next day I trade stocks, and then the next day I trade options, and my size is inconsistent, my strategies are inconsistent, and all of that, if I take all of those trades and I put it into any data software at all, it's not going to be valuable for me. So the first step for me is to actually have some sort of approach to the market. Like, for example, hey, I'm going to trade the futures market. What strategy or approach am I going to trade the futures market with? What is my size going to be? Am I risking $200 per trade, $2,000 per trade? What times am I trading? What are my entry triggers? What are my exit triggers, right? And at first, this may sound very daunting to a lot of traders, but the idea here is just to put something together, let it be shitty, let it be messy, and then as time goes on, we start to evolve that data. Once that data collection starts to be evolved and it starts to be good, then you start to find insights within your trading. So if anyone is new and looking to get started and they think, hey, I'm going to journal and going to get better, that's not what's going to happen. There's a part before that. Journaling is like secondary, right? So same thing with like even TradeZella. If everyone just randomly inputs their data in TradeZella, is it going to make them profitable? Absolutely not. There's 2-3 things we have to do before we even get to that part, and that's what I kind of put together today that I'm going to talk about.
Awesome. Yeah. Do you want to share that with us right now?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I can
Cool.
share my screen. All right, let me share my screen and I'll dive right into it. Where is it? Right here. All right. So can everyone see my screen? See my screen?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So there's like this road of becoming a profitable trader, and this is something that I've seen has worked for many traders. So just to give you guys a little background about me, I've been trading for 12 years. I mean, for people that have followed some of my positions, I've made 7, 6, 8, 9 million in different positions. I posted live logins of me logging into TD Ameritrade, showing my P&Ls. So people that are familiar with me have seen that. For people that haven't, you can go check it out. So everything I'm talking about comes from real life experiences. I've made every single mistake that some of you have made, and every single mistake that some of you guys are going to continuously make going forward. So what I've seen on the road to becoming a profitable trader is here's kind of like my 5-step framework. And this framework kind of works with one, understanding where you are as a trader. So me as a trader, what do I balance between? I balance between 4 and 5. And I think this is a level that you start to go over and over again, because this is the point where you have to size up, you have to know when your position sizing needs to start getting adjusted. But what I want to cover a lot on today is how to go from level 1 to 2 to 3, and what are the things you need to do to be able to go through each level. Now, for most people starting, what I do not want anyone to do is immediately jump to level 3 or jump to level 4 or think they are at level 3 or level 4, because what typically happens is you'll trade really well for a month, you'll trade really well for 2 months, and then out of nowhere everything starts to go bad, and you have no idea how to adjust to that. And the reason for that is because your foundation in stage 1 and 2 is never really built well with the right processes and systems. So ultimately, what I want to cover in like the next 40 minutes, I want to talk about data collection, I want to talk about metrics that matter, and I want to talk about how to scale your trading. And that's going to help you go through these 5 stages, ultimately until stage 4. And I want to walk you through each and every single step. Now, one thing I always talk about to traders is you cannot become a consistently profitable trader without any proper systems or processes. So main thing that we all need to have is proper systems and proper processes. If you do not have this and you wake up Monday morning and you just take random trades, there will come a time where you will blow your account or you will have a hard time scaling. And the main thing we want to shift our mindset from is we want to go away from randomness and we want to go into systems. That's what we want to build. That's what I want everyone to walk away after the next 40 minutes. Hey, if you have a trade setup, your entry criteria, your exit criteria, your trade setup, your way of approaching the market, your way of approaching yourself is through a repeatable process. And if you cannot repeat that process again and again and again, then you are trading off randomness. And then do you get lucky on Monday or do you not get lucky on Monday? And that's not what we want to do. We want to build something where we have proper data, we have proper processes, and we're able to scale our trading by understanding what are the systems, what are the setups, what are the trades, what are the days, whatever your data tells you is allowing you to do this. So this is a perfect example. If you guys take a look at here with the P&L, what we want to do, right? And when we look at this in stages, right? A lot of times what happens is when people are stuck in this stage right here, this is where people start to blow their accounts. This is the stage that we want to spend the most amount of time in, and I'll show you what we need to do in the stage. This is when we want to get the best data collection. We want to get the most amount of proper data on our trading. We want to build good trades, playbooks and strategies. We want to be able to identify how we respond to losses, how we respond to wins, how we kind of challenge all of these different things. And once that starts to happen, we are then able to scale. And this, once again, is a prime example of, you know, when I showed you guys this chart of knowing where we fall here, right? The scaling up starts to happen around 3 and 4. So if we can build 1, 2, and partially 3, this scale period for most people will start to happen around here, right? So now, before I continue, this last thing I want to say, and I know when I say this, a lot of people go, what the hell? What do you mean by this? Is our goal, and most people's goal on this webinar that are watching, our number one goal is not to make money. The next 3 months, 4 months, we do not want to make money. I see Tyler.
Yes, bro. That's literally exactly what I was telling them all yesterday. Keep going. Yes, this is awesome.
Our goal is not to make money. I know it sounds very like, what do you mean a goal isn't to make money? The goal for us is to become good at our craft and understand and go through the experiences while protecting our downside. So my big question for everyone here going forward is, how long can you stay in a flat period? So if you have 3-4 months and you aren't blowing your accounts, you're not losing a lot of money, you're staying flat, but you're able to gather data, that is a big win, right? And the success metric we don't want to focus on going into the next few months is we don't care about this number. This number is bullshit, right? Everyone cares about P&L. This is old bullshit. If we can do everything else, this number automatically works. So this number becomes a byproduct of how well you trade. If you trade well, you follow your rules, you have good rules, you have good setups, you have good entry criteria and everything, this number will like automatically go up. It will happen. Like, even if you don't try, it's going to go up. But if you try to do everything to make this number go up and you don't focus on your processes in trading, it's just never going to work. And I know it was a long rant on that, but I really like to personally get into people's heads about that. Because I think it's like very, very important. All right, cool. All right, let's first go into data collection, right? So what do we want to do with data collection? So there's a few things with data collection that I think are very important. So as I mentioned before we even get into like journaling, tracking, and doing all those things, we have to have the proper amount of data, right? So for now, let's like think about a few things really quick, right? So let's imagine, let me delete this. Let's imagine I take 2 scenarios. I have scenario A, right? And then I have scenario B, okay? In scenario A, this trader is waking up, they're trading, let's say, crypto markets, they're trading futures markets. One day they're risking $2,000. One day they're risking, $15,000. The risk is very inconsistent. They're trading different strategies, right? And now let's say you take trader B. This trader's like, okay, I'm going to trade futures market. I'm going to risk $500 per trade, right? As a developing trader. I am going to make sure I have these 2 strategies I focus on, strategy A and strategy B. Let's say we can go into that later. Now, when both of these traders come into having 100 trades, or let's say 50 trades, who do you think will be able to identify their problems more? Trader A or trader B, right? The person that'll be able to identify their problems more is trader B, because trader B has somewhat of an idea of what they're doing. Even if trader B is unprofitable, losing money, the worst trader, it's okay. The idea here, once again, is not for us to make money. The idea here is for us to collect good data. Now, if trader B gets data, we can say, well, we've noticed that trader B, trades a morning reversal setup. That means between 9:30 a.m. and 10:30 a.m., this is what you look for. So there's a level of consistency. And now when you go through 50 trades, you can see the problems in those trades. You can see what setups work, what days the setups work. Do you enter early? Do you exit late? What are you doing with that setup that is actually making sense and what is not making sense? So this trader, even if they're unprofitable, they have that data that they can go into and learn from. Trader A will not have that data because every single trade that they've taken in the past 50 days or 50 trades in general are all random. And we want to walk away from random trades and random setups. We want to go into hardcore data. And in this situation, this is where we're on stage one. So like I was showing you all of these different stages, we're essentially on stage one right now. And this is where our main goal here is like, how do we make sure that our data and the approach we have to the market are good, right? In these stages, we're not aiming to make money. In these stages, we're not looking to risk a lot. We're keeping our risk at the most minimal point of view that we're able to take real trades with the least amount of impact to our capital, right? If that is done and you're able to build this data collection, you start to have the first level of edge into your road to profitability. So now what does that look like? So let's kind of go into the steps of building the right data sets, right? Number one, let's pick a market, okay? What market are you trading? Forex, stocks, crypto, futures, whatever it is, right? I don't want to come in on here and say I prefer this market or prefer that market. I'm personally not a fan of Forex, as I mentioned to you guys before. That's just me. Everything else I'm cool with. But futures market, I think great, very easy to trade for most people. But let's just say we stick to futures. Now, if you're sticking to futures, let's stick to futures. Let's not add futures and then add crypto and then add options and let's add stocks and like confuse ourselves so much, especially when we're starting out. Now, obviously, once you become more of an advanced trader, a lot of these things change. That's another thing I want to just highlight for people that are further along their journey. You could trade different asset classes. You could trade different setups and criteria. You could be dynamic in your risk, and you should be dynamic in your risk. Like I have days where I'll risk 20 grand, and then I'll have days where I risk 200 grand. So my risk is very dynamic, but that's because I'm out of the developing stage trader phase. If you're not out of it, your risk should not be dynamic. Your market should not be dynamic, right? So you pick the markets and you pick a style of trading. You might say, hey, I'm day trading. My approach is look at the weekly, go to the daily, hourly, 15.5. These are the things I'm looking for. Yesterday's highs, yesterday's lows, whatever the case is. What's your risk management approach? What are you risking per account, per trade? What's your position size? So if you're trading futures, you might say, hey, I'm going to trade 3 contracts, or I might risk $100 per trade. I might risk $2,000, per day. Once again, this is all contingent to your account size. We want to keep this as minimal as possible. The reason we want to keep this as minimal as possible is because we want to walk into this with the idea that we're going to lose money. We're going to be wrong. We're going to be wrong over and over and over again. But if I am wrong over and over again, and I do take a loss, and that loss is $50 or $30, over 30 trades, am I able to take that loss? We do not want to go into this process like, oh no, I know I'm going to make so much money on my first week of trading, so I'm going to risk my whole account because I'm going to probably be profitable. No, you want to go in and say, what's the least amount that I should risk that if I'm wrong over and over again, I can absorb that loss. Then we go into building our playbooks. This is like our strategy. What is our strategy? What is our rules? And I'll show you examples of some strategies or playbooks or some rules and how to kind of, go with that, right? This is once again all contingent. Everyone has their own approach, strategy, whatever the case is, up to you. But the idea is we want to have a checklist of entry criteria and exit criteria, and I'll show you guys some things. So if you guys take an entry, every entry you take on any setup name, let's say we call it the morning reversal setup. What does the morning reversal setup have? What are the entry criteria? What does the market need to do? You might say, hey, I don't trade when there's, an economic event happening the next day, or I don't trade if there's news happening in the next 15 minutes, or I trade 5 minutes or 10 minutes after the news. Whatever that checklist is of things, the idea here is to put it down and follow it. And as I said, when you guys start off here, you're not going to get this right on the first shot. You might not get it right on the second or third shot. But the idea is to have something, have a framework, and I'll show you once again my framework. and how do we start to mend that framework to make it better and better and better over time, right? That goes into playbook. Then once you have that, you can start to back test, you can confirm the strategy, you can get comfortable with it, you can get familiar with it. You know, I have my good and bad on back testing, and there's parts of back testing that help you kind of see the action a little bit better. But obviously, because you can fast forward it and you can like, you know, kind of play around with it, you don't get the real raw experience. All of this, you're gonna learn the most when you're in front of your screen, live trading, taking on positions, and the real time is happening second by second, and you have skin in the game. When you don't have skin in the game and you're, you know, paper trading or back testing, it's a good way to learn and improve and get your feet wet, but that's not playing in the real leagues of trading. So I just want to put that out there. So if you do backtest, if you do trade with paper money, it's a good way to get comfortable, but your results on that will not immediately mean that you're going to trade well when you go to live markets, right? Then we go into your process. What's your process for weekly process? You know, what do you do? Like for me, Sundays are big days for me where I like to use Sundays to reflect last week, and I use Sundays to plan for the upcoming week. Like Sundays, I have a 2-hour non-negotiable block. I have to sit down. I have to review my last week trades. I have to look at my upcoming week plan. Like, hey, is there any big news happening? What's the market sentiment? What happened last week with the market? Market sold off. Why did it sell off? What's going on? Are there any big earnings coming on? Like, what's the big theme of the market in the upcoming week? And it's very important for me on Sundays to get that right, so I understand or have an idea of what the market is anticipating. And then from there, I want to start to have some sort of idea or outlook. Now, if I'm wrong in the outlook, for example, I might say, hey, last week market sold off. I think this week we may continue if we break this new level of low. Now, if I'm wrong, that's okay. The idea is not for me to be right or wrong. The idea is for me to have something that I can continuously learn from week after week after week. Then I have a daily pre-market process, right? Before I get into any session, I have to have an approach. I have to have something written down, and I'll show you guys that as well. What is my approach to the market? What am I looking at? What am I looking for? For example, like this is like my pre-market game plan. What's the theme of the market? There's no high impact news coming out today. We sold off hard last week, saw rotation from 45.16 to 43.40, shift in momentum plus bias. The technical of the market, 43.50 ES massive level, massive demand zone, saw impulse move here in pre-market, 43.80 ES impulse sell-off implying strong supply there. What are scenarios? Then I'll have scenarios for the day. And once again, this is what works for me, and you know, whatever everyone's comfortable with. I like to have frameworks. Scenarios is like, hey, I think market is going to sell off because of this. This is the level I'm looking at. I start having some 1 or 2 things that may possibly happen and why, what needs to happen for me to act on that trade. Now, if I'm wrong, I get to, at the end of the day, I get to come back to this and see what I missed, what I was wrong in. Maybe I overlooked something. Maybe I got too biased. I don't know, but I need to have something. I need to put something here so I can go back and learn and start to see. And what's happened for me here, because there's many times and many situations like October, I had a shitty month, right? And in October and September, what happened in September is I got very biased in shorting the market. So because I got very biased in shorting the market, I kept looking for short opportunities over and over and over again. And that came from my personal bias. And that put me in terrible trades. But the way I'm able to identify that is when I write it down, when I take my thoughts and I put it on paper and I start to see it, I start to see, wow, why was I thinking that? That makes absolutely no sense. Because the reality is, guys, when we're in front of our trading screens and we're, you know, trading with capital, be it a lot of capital or a little bit of capital, whatever the case is, when there's capital at risk, our minds start to essentially fuck with us, and we start to overlook so many different things, and we're like, oh shit, wow, I got so biased on the situation, or I got so fearful and I took this wrong trade, or this wasn't part of my plan. The only way you learn those things is when you have it written down, right? So that's why I go into these processes a little bit. So this is something I think everyone should kind of have some sort. It doesn't have to be exactly this. Pick a market, pick a trading style, have your risk management. Like your risk management is non-negotiable. Like everyone here, especially if you're in the developing stages, should have an amount that they are risking per trade. You like the only thing I always say that we can control in the market is how much we want to get burned. If I take a trade, Do I want to burn $100 or do I want to burn 1,000? That is the only thing I can control tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, whatever the case is. Everything else I cannot control. I cannot control if the market's going to go up, the market's going to go down, if my setup's going to work, if I'm going to enter well, exit well, whatever it is. These things are very difficult, or some things are out of my control. But if I go into a trade and I'm risking $50 or $5,000, I can control that. So the one thing that we can control, let's make sure everyone here has that on lock. Now, if let's say I speak to anyone in this community, and like 3 months later, you know, and let's frame this for a second. 3 months later, you come and you're like, hey, Umar, I've been doing everything with trading and it's not working. And I'm like, well, the one thing you can control, which is a risk, have you followed that? And you're like, no. Then it's like, well, are you doing the things you're supposed to be doing? Are you controlling the things in trading that you're supposed to be controlling? And most of the time, the answer is no. So I got so greedy, I got so comfortable, I took this one trade and I wanted to make so much money and I blew my account. And once again, the thing I said in the beginning, we are not trying to make money. So you start to deviate away from the actual plan and the thing that you need to do to become a profitable trader, right? So this goes into, you know, good data, bad data. As I was saying before, what's good data and what's bad data? Bad data is like you have no setups, you have no playbooks, you have no strategy, you have no markets you're trading, you have no instruments you're trading, you don't know what your max loss per trade is, you don't have a position size, you don't know what times you want to trade the market, why you want to trade those times. You have no foundation. And if you have no foundation, like you need to go back to this and say, well, I need to go to, you know, stage one and build a foundation, right? What's good data? As mentioned, you have playbooks, instruments, your position size, max loss. What are you trading? Supply and demand. What are you looking at? Supply and demand, right? These are the good and bad data, and I'll show you guys some examples of, you know, setups and stuff too that I have on the side. Is there questions, Tyler, or just keep going?
Nah, just keep rolling, bro. You're crushing it.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, cool. So that's with the data, right? And I think the data is getting it is very important. But there's two sets of data also, right? There's two sets of things that we want to get. So think of it as in, you know, and I'm trying to frame it for everyone. So think of it as in 3 months, right? You're coming to apply at this company, and that company wants to see your stats, your statistics, you know, and they don't care if you've made money or not. What they care about is like, does this individual know what is working for them? Does this individual know what is not working? Can this individual follow rules? Can this individual follow the things that they set out, even if they're not the best things? So then when we look at the next 2 to 3 months, we start to go, okay, what do I need to do to be able to showcase that I can follow rules, showcase that I do have a good feedback loop for myself, right? Because keep in mind, in trading, we don't have essentially a boss or someone telling us, hey, you're fucking up or you're not fucking up. So we need to have this healthy feedback loop for ourselves that we can work off and say, well, you know, last week, my data suggested this, and based on my execution, it suggested this. So the question becomes, how do you work off that? And, you know, as I was saying, we have the 3 framework part of this, right? So the 3 framework part of this goes into game plan, execution, and post trade. So every single person on here going forward should have this written down every single day, right? So if you are trading tomorrow, let's say you're trading Monday session or Tuesday session or whatever session you're trading, you need to go into that day with having a game plan, right? And as I'll show you the game plan again, your pre-market game plan, your market research, your process to identify that. So what does that mean? Overall markets, if you're trading ES, what are your levels in ES? What are you looking for? What happened last week? What was the sentiment of the market? Oh, wow, FOMC happened and made the market tank. Okay, cool. What are the economic events that the market maybe cares about this upcoming week, right? Maybe maybe Trump is speaking this week or Powell is speaking this week and all eyes are on Powell and the market may stay flat. What are the main focus in creating levels and areas to trade, SPY, and why? Right. What I'm not a fan of, and you know, it's a little bit in stocks. They'll say if calls get to 3, calls in Tesla if Tesla gets to 300, like go long if Tesla gets to 300, or go long if this trade gets to 50. What I like to do is, what I'm a fan of is if 300 is a strong inflection point, if we have strength into 300 level, look for a trade, right? So in futures market, let's say if 4,500 is my level, or 4,560 is my level, I won't say, oh, if the market breaks 45.60, go long. I like to frame it in my head, and the reason I'm saying for me is because if I say if it goes to 45.60, go long, I naturally create a bias. I like to say at 45.60 is a key inflection point for the market. This is why it's an inflection point for the market. If we get to 45.60, I need to look for a trade. Now, when I say I look for a trade, it doesn't mean I'm going long or I'm going short, because at 45.60, we can have a lot of different scenarios. We can reject off it. We can, break, reject, and continue. There's a lot of different scenarios. So I don't like to trap myself into one scenario. I like to trap myself. I don't like to trap myself in a scenario. I like to keep the possibilities open of that level, right? And this was something that I used to make a big mistake on when I started. When I first started trading, I used to always say like, oh, if Tesla breaks 305, I'm going long. Or if Apple breaks below 127, I'm going short. And a lot of times what would happen is if this is like the level for Apple, right? We would break 127, I would get trapped, we would reverse. And I wouldn't look for anything besides the moment we break that level, I want to short, I want to short, I want to short. Instead of saying, well, this is a key inflection point for that particular stock or the market, I, as a trader, need to be able to read, is this going to continue selling off here, or are we getting some buying pressure? There is a trade set up at this level. I do not want to just shift into go long or go short. And what this has done for me, for my trading, is a lot of times when I recap my game plan, there's two things that happen, right? And this goes back into the data collection. When I recap my game plan and I set, let's say, 300 as a key inflection point, and I look at today's trading, I'm like, wow, 300 was a key inflection point for Tesla. I did get it right. Or maybe 300 wasn't the inflection point and I was a complete idiot that just made a random line that had no significance to it. I don't know which one it is, but the only way I'll have something is when I write it down and I go back to it and I go, wow, this is actually interesting. 300. Now, what starts to happen, like, see, when I start to write things down, what starts to happen in a week or 2 weeks? Now, when Tesla starts to come back into that 300 level, I know it played such a significant point a week ago or 2 weeks ago that if we come back to it again, that same idea, the same setup is still there. Maybe it's not a long, maybe it's not a short, but we're coming back to that strong inflection point again. And now I start to have a second or a third trade setup. Right? So that's why having that is very important, because once again, it allows me to come back to this, look at my levels, look at my data, and be able to identify, are these levels, are my approaches actually making sense? And once again, I'm not here looking to make money. I'm here to just learn from my approaches and my responses, right? Because my responses, and this is something that it's going to happen, right? Just because you created a game plan, guys, doesn't mean you're always going to follow it. Like I have days like I have a game plan, and let me tell you how many times I've shitted the bed. I did not follow it, and I'm like, wow, I am such an idiot. Even today, like, and mind you, I've been trading for 12, God knows how many years now. I'll have days and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to trade today. Today's not a day I'm going to trade. I walk out with a 50 grand loss and I'm like, fuck. Like I told myself I'm not going to, like, it's going to happen. But the idea is when it happens, are you set up with the proper risk parameters to make sure that you don't blow your account or you don't go on tilt and you're able to walk away with the right foundation, right? So, and this at your early stages, it's going to happen 10 times more. Like for everyone starting off, you might say 300 is a strong inflection point. I'm going to go long. It goes to 300. You get scared. You don't execute, or you go in with way more size because you're so confident and you end up blowing your account, or you don't know how to adjust to it, right? So these things are going to happen, and it is open to be mindful about it. Like, hey, I may not follow my game plan. I may screw up. That's why I go back to the thing of the only thing we can really, really, really control is our risk. So even if you don't follow your game plan and your risk is like, okay, where you can continue to see another trading day, it's okay. Like, okay, I didn't follow my game plan, but I lost 20 bucks or 200 bucks or 20 grand that I could comfortably lose. It's okay. Like, I can continue my trading day. Right. So that's what the game plan is. Like I said, then after game plan, another thing, and this has also been very impactful for me, like extremely impactful. And for people that traded a little bit, try it tomorrow, is when I trade sometimes, like I'll either talk to myself out loud or I'll write down what is happening in the market. right? So like I'll say, oh, 9:45 a.m. market is choppy. It's unable to find direction. 10 a.m. I took a trade, got stopped out. 10:30 a.m. took another trade, sold too early. Whatever it is, I'll start to write things down. I'll start to say, ES is very choppy. We're hitting my inflection point that I really want to take the trade. The reason I say that is because think about it, right? When you're trading, your thoughts are scattered. You're thinking about so many different things, and your emotions start to hijack your critical thinking abilities. Like it's gonna happen. There's no way. Like there's no humanly possible way for you to get rid of your emotions. It's not going to happen. Your emotions are part of you. There's something that helps you stay alive. It's something that's a part of the function of humans, right? So we cannot remove emotions from our process or anything. Emotions are going to be there. What we can do is we can become more aware of our emotions, and we can start to become more active on our thinking processes. So what's worked for me is during live trading, I'll start typing things out, what I think. It could be something really quick. So I have like something called check-in. So I'll say market impulse sell off. I feel like going in for the short. Then I'll say I don't know if I want to, right? And then I'll either sometimes it doesn't even have to be writing. You can Loom record your screen, or you can have your phone and you can talk to it. But just need to let your thoughts out and see how your thoughts are evolving. And one thing you'll like be thrown off by in like the craziest way possible is after you're done trading, I kid you not, when you're done trading for that session, you write your thoughts down, you speak your thoughts out loud, and you record it. The moment you go back to your thoughts, whatever you wrote, whatever you recorded, you listen to it, you're gonna say, "Holy shit, I'm an emotional wreck." Like there's no possible way I was gonna go long and short and do all of these things in the moment. And you start to realize that when you're trading in the real markets at real time, you have these two characters. One is you, and one is like the stupid version of you. And most of the time, it's the stupid version of you that's ready to execute, and you have to be able to be aware enough to be able to break them down. And that's where like the check-in process for me keeps me intact. And once again, this is coming from someone that's been trading for 12 years who still struggles with this. So I'm saying it, everyone here is gonna struggle with it. You're gonna have a hard time with it. Your emotions are gonna, fuck stuff up. But the idea here is to be aware of it, accept it, and work around with it. Then it comes after like the pre-market game plan and check-in and everything else. Then it comes down to it comes down to your execution. What's your trade entry, your exit, trade setup, your risk, market read, and I'll show you guys examples of these, how it looks like, right? So every trade you take, you want to assign a trade setup, right? Like, what was the strategy of this trade, right? So if I took a trade, was this a morning reversal setup, right? Was this a morning top reversal? Was this a continuation sell-off? What was the trade setup? And if there was no trade setup, be honest and say there was no trade setup. I was a complete idiot and I just gambled. And I have those days. I've had those days. Like I've had days, guys, where I made a shit ton of money, and I kid you not, I had no approach to it, and it was like absolutely just stupidity, but I made money on it. But I went back to it and I said, listen, I got lucky this time. I got away from it. But if I do not correct my mistake today, now, and I, continue this, it's going to bite me in the ass sooner or later, right? So that's why some trades I'll go and I'll say, no trade setup. I was just a complete idiot. I'm just stupid. I'll like have this, rough conversation in my head and write it down and get it out and call myself an idiot a million times and continue from there, right? Then your risk, was your risk consistent? And what was your market read? And I'll show you guys examples of what this looks like. I just want to share all the frameworks here first. And then afterwards, you have post-trade, when the trade's done, when the day's done. What was your game plan versus actual trading? And this is where a lot of learning happens, right? My game plan was to trade Tesla or ES. Why the hell was I trading Amazon, right? My game plan today was to look at the inflection point on NQ at 17,600. Why am I trading this at complete chop zones and areas I'm not supposed to trade? I told myself, if we trade between this zone, I'm not trading NQ today. But I traded it 19 times today. What the actual fuck, right? Like that. These are problems, because now it's not that you suck at trading, right? It's that you suck at controlling yourself and following a game plan. Those are two different problems, right? And you want to be able to dissect those two problems separately. And I see that happen a lot where people overlap those problems. They'll say, "Oh, I'm just not good at trading," and I'm like, "No, I don't think we can get into the conversation if you're good at trading or not. I think you just have zero self-control into doing the things you said you're going to do and not do, right? So that's not trading. That's a you problem, and this helps you identify that. Then same thing with trade setup. And this is other conversations I've had with traders where it's like, oh, my trade setup sucks, it doesn't work, and I'm like, okay, well, if you go through your last 50 trades and you look at your trade setup and you review it, did you enter at a good time? Did you exit at a good time? Like what review did you do on these trades to make sure that it was the setup and not you? Because once again, those two things are different. Like I can give you guys 3 examples of great setups and entry criteria and exit criteria, and I'll give you guys a few as well, just to give you a framework of it. If you don't follow it and you don't do it and you can't identify it and in real time you don't adjust to it, you're not going to do well. That's the simple truth of it, right? Then how is your risk on that setup, right? Imagine you take 3 trades. One trade you risk 500, right? One trade you risk 100, and one trade you risk 3,000. No matter how good or bad you are at trading, this one trade is what's going to ultimately decide if you're profitable or not profitable, right? So you can be right, wrong, boom. You're in drawdown. You're not doing well. So that's where the risk element plays a big role. And you have to review this at the end of every day. You have to review your risk. You have to review your trade setups and go through that. And then obviously, what are the recaps for that day? What do you have to improve? What was your mental recap? What was your technical recap? Even if you had no trade for the day, you recap it. Hey, my approach on the market was I thought market's going to continue selling off after this event. That is not what happened. What are my learnings? I learned that just because the market sold off, Friday doesn't mean Monday we're going to automatically keep selling off. Just because we break 1 or 2 points below my key level doesn't mean I should jump into the trade. I need more confirmation. I need more space for the trade to work. Whatever those learnings are, you need to continuously keep that feedback loop going for yourself. So here's like some setup examples that I have. And like I said, just before I go into this, there's no such thing as like the perfect setup example. So if I have this as a setup example, doesn't mean this is the only way to trade the market. There's so many traders I know that trade the markets in different approaches. They look at the markets in different ways as well, and they all make money, right? So there's no one way of like, this is the only way to make money in the market, or this is the only setup. So here's my setup name. It's called opening drive play. What's my entry trigger? Strong market. SPY has to be my favor. RVOL stock has to be 1.5, meaning the volume for that day. A stock has to be 1.5 of the day. The tape, meaning the price action for that has to be strong. The activity has to be strong going into the upside. If these 3 are there, I will most likely take that long entry. What is my exit trigger? Heavy selling on tape. Market is reversing. Volume slowing down. Or I have 10% profit locked in. By the way, this 10% is options. So if an option's a 0.5% move ends up being 10, 20%. So I don't want to throw people off in that. Or 2.5 are in profit. So that's what an entry and exit criteria would look like. And then I'll show you guys some things in this, right? Let me share my screen again to something else. Where is it? 1 second. Let me share. Desktop. All right, can you guys see my screen? Good. All right, cool. So like, for example, this is what I was showing you guys before. Right. So if I go into like, let's say I go into a trade, right? So let's say, what do we go into? We can go into this. So see, I'll go into this trade. And then you guys will see some consistency. So if I see a trade, it's like, this is great. This number is phenomenal. But what number matters the most? So there's a few things even about trade setups and data that we care about from a data point of view, right? So I always say whenever you look at trades, there's a few things you want to look at to analyze your data. This is not the number. This is the last number we should all care about. So if you see, hey, you made 34 grand, the first question is, what did I risk to make 34 grand? Now, if I was to ask everyone on here, hey, I made 34 grand, but I risked 90 grand, would you say that's a good trade? You'll say absolutely not. So the whole dynamic starts to change. Now the question starts to become, what did you risk? So for me, what was my stop? What did I risk? So I risked 17,400 on the trade. Based on my stop, I made about 1.97 R, so almost a 2 R. What that ultimately means is I made twice as much as I risked, which is a good trade to me. Based on my metrics, my stats, that's a good trade. Other things I want to see in the trade is what was my playbook? What was my setup? So if I go to my playbook, opening drive, right, I can start to see that this is my setup, opening drive. I have a playbook attached to this trade, right? Then same thing, if I start to go through the trade, I can start to see my entries, my exits, where did I enter, where did I exit? Was it an actual opening drive setup, right? Was it an actual trade setup that I want to trade? Was it not? What starts to happen for that particular day, right? If I go through a few more trades, let's say I go through, I want to try to find you something. Let's go through a loss, right? Or actually, let's go through, try to find you something else. I want to find you something. Okay, so this is a good example of a setup, right? So I lost money on it, right? I lost 1 R. I lost what I planned to lose. Fine. Now, when I go through this trade, I showed you this trade, and I start to see what happened, what was kind of the idea. I start to look at my running P&L. I start to see that at one point I was up on this trade at 7 grand, and I ended up losing, 15 grand on the trade. So now this is a prime example of a trade of what happened, right? Why did I end up losing money on a trade that I was up on? I was up almost, close to maybe 20 grand on this particular trade at one time. So if that starts to happen, my question now as a trader goes into this trade like, did I sell too early? Did I not follow my game plan? Why didn't I take profits? Maybe my anticipation of what I was supposed to make was more. What happened on the trade when I shorted? What did I miss? Did I miss something? Is there something for me to take away from this trade that in the future, when I have a different trade, I can read the market a little bit maybe better and maybe get out sooner, maybe lock in profits earlier? What are those different things that I as a trader should be doing? And a lot of times when I do go into some of my data, I do start to get a good idea of that. Here's another example of a morning top reversal, right? So this is a setup that I look for. Market gaps down. As we start to make a move up, I think the move up doesn't continue the way I want the move to continue. And then same exact thing with that setup. Hey, this is how much is made on the trade. What was risked? Now this trade, the risk dynamic was a lot different. Risk 22 grand, made about 77 grand, made 3.5 R. And that 3.5 R allows me to now look at this trade and say, wow, what happened? Why did I make 3.5 R? Oh, wow, the trade actually started going really strong in my favor. Was that something I planned? Was that something I anticipated? And this is one trade that I can tell you that I did not plan to make 3.5 R. I did not. I was planning to maybe make 2 R on this trade, but because the trade worked in my favor, I was able to adjust and adapt to the market and allow my trade to run longer than I was initially allowing it to. Now, that doesn't mean that I didn't follow my plan. That means as I have been trading for X amount of years and I've developed skill sets, that allowed me to read the market better and adjust as needed. And this starts to happen only once you get some good data collection and you start to understand that, hey, what are things with my entries and exits that are working, right? What are things that I can actually start to see, right? How does like my profitability change over time with compared to my loss? Do my losses start to impact my profitability more? What is my average drawdown? What causes my drawdown to happen a lot, right? What days am I trading the best? And this happens when you have good data collection. Hey, my best day is Thursday. My least performing day is Monday. My most active day is Monday, right? Then I can start to mess around with my data and I can start to see, hey, when do I have, the most amount of losing days? What causes those losing days to happen? Wednesday and Friday. Now, if I go into those days, what's causing those losing days to happen? What are those losing days? What are those winning days? And as I start to go into that data, I start to have some real valuable insights for myself, which right now, because most people don't have the proper data collection, it makes things harder, right? And then also if I go into, let's say, playbooks, right? Let's say I go into morning top reversal, right? The question comes, what are my rules, right? So if I have any trade, let's say I take this trade, right? So if I have this trade, what are my rules? My rules for morning top reversal is market gap down, rejection at key level. So market opens, gaps down, rejects at key level, no follow through of aggressive buys, just to kind of make things simple for you of what I look for, because I trade order flow. Market gap down, right? Open lower than yesterday's close. As we gap down, once market gets to a key level for me, we start to get rejection. There's no aggressive buys. I look to short at this level. That's where my entry criteria happen. And because of that short, I continued this trade execution. Now, if I go through one or two more trade setups, we'll probably see something relatively similar in this playbook. So the idea, even when I go into the playbook, is to be able to identify that, hey, we're seeing consistency of trades, right? We're seeing, look, same exact thing. This is a different trade, right? If you guys look at this, same thing. Market ended up gapping down from the day before. Market opens, has a fake move up, isn't able to continue. That's where there's no follow through. I short, market, does well. Obviously, if you guys look at this short happened way faster and stronger than I anticipated. I obviously didn't anticipate we're going to sell off that hard. Maybe 2-hour move, but it obviously ended up selling off harder than I expected, and I was able to adjust as I just shared. So that's where a lot of the market dynamics and being able to read market dynamics plays a role. Being able to read what and how the market is working, and just being able to understand a lot of different data sets for your trading. Here's another example of a trade. What is my entry criteria? Minimum 1 hour. This is not my trade setup, by the way. It's just an example of someone trading something completely different with I don't even know what this inducements and everything else, but something just completely to a way of I don't trade. But the idea is the same, right? So the idea is still the same. There's levels, there's things, there's an approach, there's an entry criteria. That entry criteria leads into, hey, X, Y, and Z has to happen. When X, Y, and Z happens, I take the short, I'm able to profit. Once again, have a process. You start, and by the way, this is not going to work perfectly every time. You're going to have times where you have your criteria, but you maybe don't follow it, or maybe the criteria doesn't work, and you go back to the trade and you're like, okay, well, let me learn from it. What is the thing about this particular trade that made sense or did not make sense? Cool. You want to do a Q&A? Any questions? I don't know if there's a chat or anything.
Yeah, so just because hopefully you understand my audience, there will be some crazy questions that will come flying through. So most of the time we don't really have chat running, but that was super awesome. Like literally all of that was like either stuff that I haven't covered yet that I was planning on getting into, or stuff that I was just like reinforcing the fact of everything that I covered yesterday, specifically talking about like, again, just like trading, and then also you going in depth with trade journaling. That was super awesome. That was like way more than what I expected. Thank you for coming with the presentation. That was incredible. Everybody, even though you can't clap, give it up for Umar, and go follow him on everything and show love, because he's absolutely crushing it with trading, and then helping us out with giving us this awesome tool to help us get better at trading with TradeZella. So thanks for hopping on here, bro.
No, I appreciate you, man, and congrats on all the success, man. Been watching you for many years, and the last 2 years, like, absolutely bananas. So keep crushing.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, guys.
All right, man.
Clap it up for Umar. Appreciate him for hopping on here. Let's go ahead and let's bring on our next speaker. Next speaker is going to be like 10-15 minutes, okay? And then we're going to get into the long-awaited psychology. I know that was a little bit drawn out, but that hopefully you guys were able to see, like the type of skill set that it can take, and like the actual amount of data that somebody can bring to the table when they've been in the space for a very long time. Like, that's the level of commitment that it takes to be able to find success in this. And somebody that I want to bring on is similar to a trader that we had on yesterday, is Orangey, who has found success in trading not specifically within the futures market or in the foreign exchange market or the commodities market, but specifically with the crypto market. But it's still relatable to what I'm teaching you guys here today, and I want to talk about specifically like his journey and the risk that he was willing to take to be able to change his life when it came to just trading in general. So I'm going to go ahead and bring him in here.
So yeah, the VODs are processing right now from yesterday. If you want to tune in and stay locked in for everything that gets posted, make sure you like, subscribe, follow, whatever you got to do.
Lit.
But
What?
Yo, what's up?
What's up? Am I good? Was my camera good?
Yeah, you're
I would have been
chilling.
home, but
I'm sorry.
but just got a little delayed.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Time ended up going a little bit over, but we'll keep this short and sweet. I just wanted to bring you on here to give some real like motivation to the people that are on here that are trying to change their life with trading. Like, could you give people some insight of like what your life looked like before trading? And even though you trade like a different asset class than most of these people on here, just like kind of give them some like words of motivation of like, what did it take for you to be able to go from somebody that didn't even, bro, like when I first met you, you weren't even trading, you know, you were like still doing Fortnite and like just slowly getting into crypto. And now like your life has changed forever from this skill set. So if you could give them like some words of advice or like, you know, some motivation for them to either keep going on this journey with trading, or just like how you started, that would be cool.
Sure. Is there a chat somewhere or no? Just like
I have chat off just because they're crazy.
No, for sure. What's up, guys? For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Orangey. I'm from Italy. I have Cuban parents. I came to the U.S. when I was like 6 years old, and I always liked video games. So you know, I'll keep it short and simple. I pretty much, you know, grew up playing video games my entire life. I went pro in Rocket League, went pro in Overwatch, and then I went pro in Fortnite. I became a big streamer, big YouTuber, had like 100K subs on YouTube. You know, I did like the whole like esport pro thing, and with that, I made probably like around my first 100K off of gaming, and you know that was like 5 years, so making like 20K a year. But obviously, I was still really young, so it was really good, and yeah, I honestly, I pretty much stuck around with like the whole gaming thing, and I tried to see where it could take me. I got a little bit into NFTs, got a little bit into NFT gaming, and then last year, 2024, it's crazy because it's only been like a year, almost 2 years now. But at the beginning of 2024, around like March/April, I started seeing all my friends start making money trading meme coins, and to be honest, it was like one of those things where like people were making insane amount of money where like I didn't even want to believe it's real. And I think this applies to a lot of like this online money stuff, especially like trading. Like maybe you guys watch, I don't know, like maybe you watch Tyler's videos and it doesn't even seem real. And that was my approach at it first. Like I would see these really big meme coin P&Ls, like profits on my Twitter timeline, and I just be like, no way, this shit's just like not real. And I just started playing around with it. There wasn't any YouTuber, by the way. There was no YouTube video I could watch. There was no program I could buy. There was no course. There was nothing. Like the meme coin world was like really untouched, and I was like raw dogging it. Like I literally just had to go in there and try to figure it out for myself. And you know, slowly but surely I did. I was pretty lucky because I didn't really take any really heavy hits when I first started. I know a lot of people when they first start trading, they do take, you know, you're gonna take your tuition, as I like to call it. But luckily I was coming into the time in the market when things were just getting hot, and yeah, man, I was able to pick it up really quickly. I started making a few $100s here and there. I grew my personal brand. I, you know, started a YouTube channel based around trading. And what that allowed me to do was make my own community and join a community and have people to trade with. That was the most important thing by far. I think trading alone was a super difficult and unenjoyable thing to do. Like having people to trade with, having somebody to like actually learn from and stuff is just so important. Like even your friends, like they'll pick up, you know, certain skills or certain things. Like maybe you guys are taking a different trade, you know, with the stocks. I know some of you guys are like longing and shorting, and just having like people to talk to and like a community to meet people with like in is like super important. Like it was super important to me and meme coin, and I'm sure in all aspects of trading it's super important. But look, the TLDR is like I went from making like a few $100 a month, not a month, but like, you know, in a week, to then the next week I'd make like a few thousand. And then I remember it was around April, May, and obviously this is like meme coin. It's a very, very different world, but just learning like learning different skills in it and meeting different people in it allowed me to get really connected to like the sniping world. And back then, you would snipe a lot of meme coins and hope for the best. And yeah, TLDR was I made around 500K in 10 minutes off of one trade back in May, and that was when things like really got started for me. I dropped everything I was doing. I was working on some gaming stuff. I actually had a job. I was working at this company called I was working with a lot of companies, but I was mainly focused on this company called Zynga, who does like the Web3 gaming of Rockstars side, like the people behind GTA. So I was doing that, and I completely dropped every single sponsor, every single like ambassadorship, every single thing I was doing, and I went all in on meme coins. And maybe some of you know me, some of you don't. I grew a very big YouTube channel based around meme coins. I grew my personal brand. I started my own trading community. Um, affiliate links, all that. And then throughout the next few months of trading, I made around $3 million total trading meme coins. Which in hindsight, compared to some of my friends, wasn't that much. I gave up a lot of that to like, I stopped trading as much as I wish I would have. Like, sometimes when the market gives you like a lot of good trade opportunities, you take it for granted. Like looking back at it now, I wish I just traded meme coins 24/7. Sure, a lot of you have heard of names like Cupsy. The guy made like $30 million in 1 year trading meme coins. I wish I would have taken advantage of it like that, but sometimes you get complacent, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. Honestly, I'm very happy with how I did things, and I don't think it's over. I'm still to this day trading meme coins. I'm even like trading crypto now. I've gotten a little bit more into the whole trading world in general. I've started like longing Bitcoin, shorting Bitcoin, like trading perps. I'm a daily hyperliquid user now, and this is also translated into like buying stocks. I'm not as far into it yet. Like I'm not longing and shorting. I'm just buying things I believe in. I saw Julian Petrulius tweet out to buy this Chinese company, and I bought it instantly. Put 100K into it. I don't even know what it is yet, but it's okay. Like I'm just slowly but surely getting into it. And yeah, that's like the TLDR of my story, to be honest.
Yeah, I think what you
Kind of sounds like me when I
genuinely,
started.
bro, what you've been able to do
Like,
with
I don't know, I
trading
did
with
some
like the
swinging,
small
man.
amount of
It
time,
looks
it's
like
like
it's
actually
gonna go up.
super
I wait a
inspiring.
week or
With
two.
especially like
It
just in
worked,
terms of
and then
like
didn't work,
the
and then it sucked,
like
and I was like,
in
maybe
terms
I
of
should
just
learn
like
what I
profit, like for you to be able to come into the trading space and then be able to make that much money within the small amount of time. Obviously, it was like right place, right time with like the crypto meme coins. But I think regardless, like the big thing to take away from your story is just like the approach that you took with it was like, one, you like kind of dropped everything and you like went all in on it. And then also like you surrounded yourself with good people that could benefit you, and like you really embraced it and put yourself in a position where you were able to grow and where you were able to learn, and then put yourself in a community with like-minded people that were either teaching you or helping you get better. And then in turn, like you just had this massive growth spurt and were able to make a significant amount of money, like that I think anybody after, like, bro, like you got into trading and then a year later, you spawned $3 million out of nowhere, like that's what some people would just like dream to do in, like, that's the people's like end goal, dream, fantasy land, like yearly salary, like that's what people dream about. That's like Tony Stark life, so to be able to turn your life around within the span of 1 year, I think is like super, super crazy. And it's just the way that you did it that in my head is like, it's just like the picture perfect way to do it. Like, just dropping everything, going all in, like not looking back on like half-assing it, like the way that you went about it was like perfect. You just like, you saw the opportunity and you took it and you went full force into it. And the last thing that I want to ask you about, because that like covered pretty much like the vast majority of the things that I wanted you to talk about, is like just the time requirement that, or like the time and effort that you put in. Because I remember when I was first talking to you, when you were getting into trading, like just the amount of time and hours that you were putting in on the computer, like just actually like trenching or on the markets. And this is something that I had a previous trader yesterday talk about, where he was just like, boom, like he's spending 10 plus hours on screen looking at the charts. And like, that's really what it takes to be able to make it in any of these asset classes, in anything with trading. So if you could give some of these people like some insight of like just the screen time that was required for you to get like, super efficient at trading these things, that would be cool.
be super honest, I grew up playing video games like competitively, like I said. So to me, the 10-hour a day on the screen thing came normally. It wasn't something I had to sacrifice or ever like really think about doing. But also, I had tried many different things. I bought many different programs. I tried Section 8 from Tom Cruise. I tried the social media thing from Emod. I could go down the list of all these different things that I tried until one of these things like slowly stuck around. But every different thing I was trying, I'd go all in on, and I would spend many hours a day. I mean, I can't even tell you. Like, I would literally, my schedule genuinely throughout the beginning of trading meme coins, I got more comfortable as I got better. I would literally wake up at like, I had just moved into my first ever brick wall apartment. I was paying $4K a month. It was like quite a risk that I took, and I was literally waking up probably like 10, 11 a.m. DoorDash breakfast. I would literally DoorDash steak and eggs and fries every single day from this place downstairs. Get on my computer, and I just wouldn't get off until like midnight. And throughout that time, bro, like with meme coins, it's a little different, right? Because you're like waiting for an opportunity to spawn, and then you kind of like learn. But here's the thing about anything else that you're willing to put time into, especially like something like trading, bro. Like any other online hustle where you can make money, your progress is linear, bro. Like the amount of time that you're putting in, like in what you're doing, like trading stocks, like you're gonna get results based on the amount of time you're putting in, right? Like every single hour that you're putting into trading stocks is an hour of progress you're making. With meme coins, it was so the opposite, bro. Like I could sit there for 10 hours and like nothing would happen, and then the 1 hour I would decide to like go downstairs and like, for example, go to lunch with like you, right? Like, bro, the next Trump coin could have dropped, and that was like really like got me like, oh, I don't really like want to be doing this all day, and I look for like other things to do, but bro, like many hours just all day. And look, I've even had friends reach out and be like, yo, you think I should get into this? And I always recommend them to like watch your YouTube videos, like get into trading stocks. And a lot of these guys like never follow through with it. I mean, I'm sure you have like a ton of your IRL hit you up and like, and then they never follow through with it. I actually had a friend follow through with it. I went to high school with him. He was on my basketball team actually. And now I see on his story that he got like funded accounts. He has like 5 funded accounts, and he puts like, you know, 500 to $1,000 profits on like 5 different accounts, and he literally learned from you. And
that's
also,
awesome.
You know, he also loses and stuff.
yeah, obviously.
Yeah, bro. Like I've seen it firsthand that like, you know, people actually make money day trading, and I'm not a close-minded person at all. I mean, you know, people hear my story and it's like this guy made a shit ton of money trading stupid meme coins. Like Elon Musk could tweet out fucking big buck $20 a day money on it. Like it was the most time ever. So yeah, bro, like there's no, yeah, that's pretty much it. Lots of hours, guys, like lots of hours. You're not gonna get good at this shit quickly. You're gonna lose money in the beginning. The tuition fee that you're paying. I spent over 10,000 hours getting decent at Fortnite. I'm not even like that good compared to like, you know, some of the guys winning, like Booga, for example, probably has like, you know, 50K plus hours. It's like same thing, bro. The more hours you're putting into a game, the better you're gonna get. And yeah, you're not like, it's super unrealistic to expect to become a millionaire like in a month, you know?
100%. Yeah, that's something that I was talking to them about. It's just like expanding your life, like your life changing, like the period of time that you're trying to change your life, and like expanding what that timeline looks like. And realistically, like you can change your life in a small period of time. It's just a little bit longer than what you're expecting when you're first getting into the thing that you like think is going to change your life. You think it's going to happen in a week, or you think it's going to happen in a month. But in reality, like when you look back on it after your life has changed, you're like, holy shit, it only took like a year. It only took 2 years for my life to change completely, and me putting in like several hours every single day throughout that year or 2 years to make it work. But when you first get into something such as trading or such as meme coins, or really anything in life that you could find success in, you think that your life is going to change over the span of a week, and in reality, like your life is actually going to get a lot harder the first week that you get into it, and your life is going to suck for the first couple months that you're doing these things, until you can finally like catch your stride and you know, like really get into the groove and like understand what's going to cause growth and what's going to help you improve. And like you mentioned before, like that's just like finding that community, putting the hours in, and like learning from your friends that are also doing it alongside you. Like that's just like a huge thing. So I don't want to take any more of your time. I really appreciate you for hopping on here and giving some pieces of advice and sharing your story with these people. I think what you've done over the past year and a half is like just super inspiring in your trading journey, even though it's with crypto and it's not with stocks. What you've done is just awesome. And hey man, if you want to learn how to trade some indexes and futures, you know who to call.
For sure. Look, I'll leave on one last note. Life is about taking as many shots as you can, and eventually one of them will hit on target. You have to get lucky, and you got to try a lot of like really crazy stuff. Look, I've done many crazy things. Like this week, I put out a tweet adding Mr. Beast. Should I go to his new theme park that he's opening? And he replied, "Yeah, come by." And now tomorrow, I'm flying to Saudi Arabia for a chance at meeting Mr. Beast and it being in a video. Like all this crazy shit has happened really quickly, and you know, if I never put out that tweet, maybe I wouldn't be going to Saudi Arabia. And there's many different things that I've tried, and you know, a lot of those failed the outcome. But I'm willing to take chances. A lot of you guys in here are young too. Like, this is the time to take risk and as many chances as you can.
It's beautiful, 100%. Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take, and who knows if you know one of those crazy shots may go in. So thanks for hopping on here, bro. I really appreciate it, and enjoy Saudi Arabia, bro. Hey.
Bye, guys.
Peace. All right, awesome. Well, dude, shout out to Orangey. Now, the long-awaited. Okay, first of all, shout out to both Orangey and Umar. Both of them super successful in both aspects. I think Umar is one of the best traders that I've seen personally, at least like step foot in somewhat in the social media space. I think he's taken a couple steps back because he's building the company Trade Zella. And then Orangey, you know, he's found massive amounts of success in a short amount of time. And like you said, guys, like you guys really just have to take the risk. And a lot of you guys have already taken one step in the right direction by getting on here and joining this 3-day live event. The people that stuck around for the whole 6-hour lesson that we did yesterday, that proved to me that you guys have what it takes to be able to change your life with this. And it shows to me that you guys have that discipline and you guys have that motivation required to be able to change your life. And it's just it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And honestly, like after seeing the amount of people that stuck through the call yesterday and how many people made it throughout that 6 hours, like it really reignited the fire that honestly, like not that I have been missing. Like obviously I wake up and I try and work my ass off every single day, but it was super inspiring to see that there's thousands of people that are in this Zoom call that were just like me back when I was starting, that have that same hunger, that have that same drive, and they want to change their life with trading, just like how I wanted to change my life trading. Jeez, bro, I'm even like getting emotional thinking about this, of just like when I was first getting into trading, like, dude, like I just wanted it so fucking bad. And I know every single one of you guys is in that position right now. And whether it's because your life is difficult or whether it's because you guys are struggling and you see a better life and you see a better future for yourself and for your family or for your kids. I know what you guys can make happen with your life, and that's what I want to do, or at least kickstart you guys with not only yesterday's call but also today's call. So give me 2 seconds. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then we have the much long-awaited psychology portion of this event. And then again, make sure you guys stick around because we're going to be giving away funded accounts at the end of this. So please stick to the end of this. And also do not miss out on the psychology portion. It's by far like one of the most important aspects of trading. It's what like literally causes 80% of traders to fail and what causes 80% of traders to end up giving up. And you know, it can be the turning point for your guys' trading career. Everything that we've covered so far, like risk management, you guys understand that. Like confluences, strategy, you guys understand that. You guys understand these things. But psychology, this is really what I want to drill home and power home to you guys, is like how you guys can change your guys' mental framework and how you guys can change your guys' mindset so that you can eventually turn into a profitable trader. So before we get into that, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, drink some of my Celsius, go pee. If you guys need to go pee, I know there was a lot of people saying like, yo, dude, we just went 6 hours and I need to go poo. That was on me. We'll give you guys like a 2-second break. I'm going to go to the bathroom right now, and then we'll be right back, and then we'll jump straight into psychology. It's going to be a good one. Stick around.
All right.
Wow. That pee was so necessary, guys. You have no freaking idea. Okay. All right, cool. You guys can see this. All right, lit. So now this is a long awaited, I think it's probably the most anticipated portion of this 3-day live event is just talking about psychology and how like big it is with trading. And the statistic that I would like to start out with and that I mentioned to you guys earlier is that 80% of traders lack this skill. And it's not only that they lack the skill of psychology, it's not that they lack the skill of psychology in trading, it's that they lack the skill of mastering their own mindset in their own life. And more so, it's the discipline to stick to your psychological habits that it's literally the turning point of you guys being able to be a profitable trader. You guys failing to stick to your psychological habits or failing to at least, like Umar was saying, be conscious and be aware of the emotions that we have as humans. That is the one flaw or the one thing with the one flaw of humans is that we have emotions. Because if we were to think about, okay, if we as humans were to be a perfect species, how would we need to operate? Well, we would need to make all of the correct decisions. We would make data-driven decisions, right? But unfortunately, what most people end up doing is they end up taking and end up making emotional decisions. And that actually, like in my mind, I always think about the meme of like, those memes where it's like, this is what the future would look like if whatever, I was going to say something that's whatever, a little bit rude, but this is what the future would look like if this didn't happen.
Yeah,
in my head, that's how I think about this is what humanity and the world would look like, and it's all futuristic-y and like flying cars if humans would just act based off of the data that was presented in front of them. And that's one of the beautiful things about humans, but it's also one of our biggest flaws is that more often than not, we end up taking action off of emotion rather than data. And sometimes it's good to act based off of emotions. If you have a loved one, it's like, maybe they're crying and screaming for no freaking reason. In your head, you're like, yo, the data is not supporting this claim or these tears right now, but you have to be a good person. But when it comes to trading, we should not and cannot give a crap about like any of that. Okay, we need to be purely reacting off of the data that's in front of us, not based off of our physical or our emotions. Okay. And again, like I was saying, 80% of traders lack this skill, and more so it's the discipline to be able to stick to their psychological habits that are like, again, causing you guys to be profitable. Your guys' profitability is on the other side of you guys mastering your emotions and mastering your psychology. Like Umar was saying, it's a very, very simple game plan of understanding and breaking down step by step. Like if you guys noticed when he was going over his presentation, it was beautiful, bro. It was like so freaking beautiful how he was literally repeating things that I had said to you guys yesterday. And then also he was like, look, we need a game plan. What did we do yesterday? We had a game plan. We had certain confluences that we're looking to execute off of. We know the times that we're looking to execute off of. We know the time frames that we're looking to execute off of. We know the asset class that we're trying to trade. And and again, hopefully that puts more faith in from you guys to me as a mentor, where it's like, okay, this is one dude saying it. And again, all of you guys are on here because you guys trust me as a mentor, but this is another person who's massively successful in the space, who comes in and then literally repeats word for word, bar for bar, but just in a different way, exactly what I was teaching you guys yesterday and today, through probability, through finding an edge that gives you a probability in the market, and then finding risk management and then applying that risk management. And then that's how you guys are going to be able to scale your trading. However, none of that is going to be possible if we let our emotions get the best of us, if we are unable to be disciplined within the markets. And that's what I really want to talk to you guys about today. And that's really what we're going to be talking about for the next like 30 minutes to an hour. So like, what are some of the biggest psychological steps that traders, that traders must take in order to turn profitable? You guys have heard me talk about this yesterday, and you guys have heard me talk about this earlier today. What is our profitability timeline? Okay, so again, you guys, I'm hoping and praying that you guys are going to be taking notes during this, because this is just so important. What is our profitability timeline? You must realize that you will not get as rich as quick as you think. You have the opportunity to be able to get rich quick, but not as quick as you expect and as quick as you want. Because a lot of us come into trading, or a lot of us come into these side hustles with very unrealistic expectations. They see TJR, they see him with the Koenigsegg, they see Orangey, they see him with the Mansory Cullinan, and they just think that it happened overnight. Like I was telling you guys yesterday, they just think, boom, they press the follow button, and then they think that, oh, all of this money just spawned in the second that they followed me on Instagram, or the second that they followed me on TikTok. But they don't see the hours and the years of work and time and effort that it took to be able to get here. So that's the first thing that you guys need to learn and understand when it comes to mastering your psychology, is just understanding that this is going to take some time, okay? Again, we can just expand that profitability timeline of what you guys have compressed down into, I need to turn profitable this week in order to make money to put food on the table. We need to remove that completely. Just like how Darius was saying and teaching you guys yesterday, you guys need a stable job while you guys are learning how to trade. You guys can't rely on trading to pay the bills, at least when you're in that unprofitable stage and when you guys are in that learning phase, okay? Now, on top of that, once we can expand the profitability timeline, it gives us more room to work, and it gives us more opportunity for us to not fall into those emotional decisions that we can make as traders. Okay, so again, if our goal, or your guys' goal, or the vast majority of incoming day traders' goal is, I want to turn profitable within this week and I want to make TJR money this week, and you don't do it that week, what is the repercussions of that thought process going to do? Again, we need to think about our subconscious mind. What actions is our subconscious mind going to cause us to take when we are unsuccessful within that profitability timeline that we have set within ourselves for that 1 week? It's going to cause us to take emotional decisions because we're like, hey, I'm not making TJR money within this week, so I need to risk more. I need to take more trades, when in fact that's not the case. Versus if we can expand that profitability timeline and say, hey, look, I'm willing and able to put in time and effort every single day. I'm willing to put in the hours. I'm willing to put in the work. I'm willing to put in 6 to 8 hours every single day, knowing and understanding this isn't going to happen in a week. It might not happen in a month, but I know that it's going to happen in due time with these hours that I'm putting in, and I'm willing to wait because I know what my life looks like at the end of this profitability timeline. I know what my life is going to look like when I turn profitable, and I am not going to change anything about that for the fucking world, because you know what is possible with trading. You've seen it in me, you've seen it in Darius, you've seen it in Umar, you've seen it in Orangey. That's why I wanted to bring these people on here, is to show you guys, not only and just to reinforce the fact that all of these people, what have they been repeating to you guys time and time again? Funny enough, it's time. You need to put in the hours. You need to put in the work. You need to understand that this isn't going to happen overnight, and it requires hard work. If trading was easy, and if it was something that could just happen in the snap of your fingers overnight, then every single person would be rich and every single person would be trading. But that's not the case. So you guys, who I know are willing to put in the time and effort because you sat through a long ass call with me yesterday, and you're sitting through another long call with me again today, I know that you guys can reprogram your headspace to understand, hey, this isn't going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week. As long as I can show up every single day and put in the time and effort required, then eventually, in due time, I will get and see the return and see the fruits of my labor. And again, like I was telling you guys yesterday, what Darius was telling you guys yesterday, every single person's on a different timeline. And luckily for you guys have an awesome mentor such as myself and other very awesome other awesome mentors in the space and other education sources on the internet where you guys can turn profitable a lot faster than people like me. When I was learning, dude, day trading was just like a fucking highlight reel. People weren't showing what day trading was really like, versus now you have somebody like me who posts all their losses online, who actually is open and honest about what day trading really is. And already like getting in there and accepting that, and then also accepting the profitability timeline of like understanding, hey, this is going to take time, this is going to take effort, but I know that you guys have what it takes to be able to do that. Then it's just sticking it out for long enough until it fucking happens. Just like Darius was telling you guys yesterday, he just showed up every single day and he was like, I'm going to continue showing up every single day until my life changes. And that's the headspace that you guys have to be in, to be able to make trading work. You guys have to be in the headspace of, I'm going to show up every single day. No matter what, I'm going to be relentless with this. I'm going to be disciplined to this, and I'm going to keep this motivation because I know what my life looks like on the other side of profitability. I know that I can change my life, not only for myself, but also for my family, for my kids. You have the ability to do a complete 180 of what your life looks like right now, and it's on the other end of you just putting in effort every single day, getting 1% better every single day. And again, it's not going to be condensed down into a seven-day window. It's going to be condensed down into maybe a 4-month window or a 6-month window, or maybe even some of you guys just a 3-month window. That's all that it takes, is for you guys to show up every single day for like 3 months or 6 months. Because of the information that you guys have nowadays, because you guys are willing and able to sit through a 6-hour-long coaching call with me yesterday, and we've been going for like 3 hours again today. Okay, because you guys are willing to put in this work, I know that you guys have what it takes, and it's going to happen to you guys in due time. And that's another reason why 98% of traders fail. It's because they give up. It's not because they didn't figure out trading. It's not because trading doesn't work. If trading doesn't work, then tell that to me, tell that to Darius, tell that to Umar, tell that to Orangey. We have all found success in trading in different not only asset classes, but different strategies, different headspaces, different risk management tools. We've all found success in trading. So we know that trading works, okay? So there's literally 4 people that are living proof in front of you guys over these past 2 days that you guys have seen that are living proof that day trading works. So the 98% of traders that fail, it's not because day trading isn't possible, it's because those people gave up. And to give you guys even more hope to differentiate yourself from that 98%, because you're probably saying, holy shit, it's probably really easy for me to be a part of that 98%, a part of that 98% of people that give up. Well, 80% of traders that end up failing, or 80% of that 98% of traders that fail, they quit within their first year of trading. So now, holy shit, if you're able to get through that first year, and a lot of you guys are already through that. So again, think about where you guys are at now compared to all of those traders that quit within their first year. 80% of that 98% of traders that fail quit within their first year and give up within their first year. That increases your odds of becoming a profitable trader by a ridiculous margin. It makes it literally infinitely easier for you guys to be able to turn profitable just by outlasting the competition. And again, just from what I've seen yesterday, and just from what I've seen today, from you guys willing to show up and you guys willing to put in the time and the effort, I already know, and I can already tell you that you guys are different than the 98% of people that are willing to give up on something that's going to potentially change their life forever. And you guys are already establishing yourselves as different than the 80% of traders that quit within their first year. So the 80% of traders that quit within their first year, that takes out 80% of that 98% of people that quit and that make up that stat of 98% of traders fail. Now, holy shit, imagine how now odds are on your side. Now the odds are in your favor of becoming a profitable trader. Isn't that crazy? How if you're able to expand your profitability timeline, where all of those 80% of traders that quit within their first year, they were like, I need to make trading work within this first week. I need to make trading work within this first month because I'm trying to make $1 billion. I'm trying to pay my rent and go buy a Lambo on the first day of me trading. Though that's why they gave up and that's why they quit, because they didn't have the correct profitability timeline. They weren't willing to stick to something long enough to be able to make it work. And we're going to get into discipline later on in this, but it's a core driving factor of success, not only in trading, but also in life. People who have discipline are going to be massively successful in whatever they pursue because they're willing to show up every single day, no matter if they're feeling sick, no matter if they're tired, no matter if they don't want to do it. Because that is the driver of success. The driver of success is consistency and time. Time and consistency equals success in whatever skill set that you're trying to pursue. So by you guys, literally just the simple thought process, the simple psychological flip of you guys saying, okay, instead of me just trying to force this shit to happen this week, or instead of me needing this to happen within this month, by you guys just expanding your timeline and saying, look, I'm willing to put in the work and put in the effort every single day to get 1% better every single day, then you are already going to beat out literally the entire competition, and odds are going to be in your favor. And now odds are like literally telling you that, bro, it's almost guaranteed for you to turn profitable. It's not 100% because you still have to show up and you still have to put in the work required to be able to become a profitable trader. But it makes it a hell of a lot easier by just showing up every single day and by outlasting the competition. It's not finding the strategy that's better than others. It's not having some secret key or having some secret profitability potion. It's just consistency and time. And those two together literally create an unstoppable force, which is going to be you guys, and hopefully already is you guys, to help you guys turn into profitable traders. It literally makes it so much easier for you guys to turn profitable just by outlasting the competition. It increases your odds drastically. So if you're somebody that's already been trying to trade for a year, or if you're getting near that year mark already, or if you're somebody that's just starting, you guys can have that in your head where you're like, look, like I know that this is all, like this specific timeline right now, this right here is just going to increase my odds. Every single day that you show up increases your odds of you getting closer to becoming a profitable trader. Every single day that you show up. And then also on the other side, every single day that you decide, I'm not going to put in work, I'm not going to put in effort, puts you closer to that 98% of traders that end up giving up, puts you closer to that 80% of traders that are going to end up giving up within their first year. So that's the first big lesson on psychology, is just understanding the time and the effort and the requirement that it takes in order to make this happen. And again, like I said, guys, you guys aren't going to get rich quick from this, but by the time your guys' life changes, you guys are going to look back on this and you're going to be like, holy shit, time flew by. That happened a lot faster than I thought. Now, the next emotion that is just a huge variable in trading is greed. Now, this coincides and just comes perfectly together with that get rich quick mentality. Okay? Like, why are you guys trying to get into trading? Again, just like me and Umar said, right? Like, everybody gets into trading to make money, right? All of us get into trading to make money. But once we get into trading and once we actually understand what trading is, that's when we need to reframe our headspace. That's when we need to, okay, I actually understand what trading is. It's being able to predict the markets, being able to predict where price wants to go with a high probability on a daily basis. Awesome. That's our goal with trading. But when we let greed take over, that's when we start thinking, I want to get rich today. I want to get rich within 7 days. I want to get rich within this month, within this week. And that's what's going to cause us to subconsciously take poor action. You guys will not be a part of the 0.00001% of the people that can flip a $1,000 account to $100 million. It's not going to happen, so stop trying to make it happen. What you guys are aspiring to do within this week window, it's never going to happen, so get it out of your head. But what I can tell you can possibly change your life is if you show up every single day going towards a common goal of being profitable and looking at the success journey of everybody else, whether it's in trading, whether it's in business, and copying what they've done and showing up every single day and doing what they did by trying to get 1% better by showing up, putting time and effort and consistently over a long period of time, that is what leads to success.
He's a gambler.
Not a fucking coin flip, not a fucking slot spin, okay? If you guys think that you are going to be able to flip a $1,000 account into $100 million, then go try and do it in a casino, not in something that is supposed to be a full-time job.
Yeah, but you're funny, Short.
A lot of you guys are trying to make trading change your life today. You guys can help change your life today by putting in consistent work, not by trying to hit this massive flip that's just never going to happen. You guys are not going to be an anomaly, so stop trying to make it happen. But you guys can increase your odds of being massively successful by copying already a bunch of other massively successful people. And what do they do in order to be successful? They show up every day, they put in the work, and they're consistent with it. What else causes us to fall into that emotion of greed? We want to make money today. And that's the problem, where a lot of you guys don't even have probability on your side yet. And you guys are over leveraging. You guys aren't even good at trading yet. You guys don't even have probability on your side yet. So why the fuck are you guys trading on a live account? More importantly, why are you guys even putting risk on when probability is not on your side?
Whoops.
You guys are greedy in a market that is literally telling you with data backed behind it that you are unprofitable right now and you're still willing to put money on the line. What are you doing?
I stopped last week.
This is why we have paper trading. This is why we have demo trading, to reinforce our skill set, to get good at our skill set so that when we know probability is on our side, then we can put money on the table. But right now, you guys are trying to change your life in a week or in a day or in a month. And it's not going to happen because you guys are greedy. You guys don't have probability on your side. And you guys are over leveraging when probability isn't on your side.
Don't even know you.
So why the fuck are you trading in the first place? You aren't even good at trading right now. And what did we already establish on the very first day of this? Every single one of you guys came in here because you guys were struggling with trading. We dropped our egos at the door and said every single person came into this event because you guys need to change something within your trading because right now you are not profitable. So why the fuck are you guys being greedy? Why are you buying funded accounts? Why are you trading on live accounts? Why are you risking money in a market that right now probability is not on your side? And how can we build probability? By building out systems that give us probability. How can we actually track probability? By building out these trade journals that Umar showed us, by actually putting our data on TradeZella, by having strict systems that we follow to a T to be able to get the statistics that help put the markets in our favor. But right now, you guys are over leveraging. You guys are greedy. You guys are trying to take trades when the market is literally stacked against you. The odds are not in your favor. So why are you putting risk on? Because you're greedy. You guys need to be fucking realistic with this. Greed will cause you guys to extend take profits, take more trades, and risk more. And most of all, it's going to stop you guys from getting to where you guys want to go, most of all, which is to make a shit ton of money with trading. You realize that greed flips you on your fucking head. Greed is literally equivalent to you guys wanting to make a shit ton of money trading, but greed is what's stopping you from making a shit ton of money trading because it's subconsciously causing you guys to take poor actions. It's causing you guys to take trades that you shouldn't be taking. You guys need to take your finger off the button. You guys need to stop taking trades that you know you shouldn't be taking. Why are you taking a trade when your strategy doesn't present itself? Why are you over risking when your risk management plan says you shouldn't even be risking that much? You're taking probability and you're throwing it in the trash when you let greed get the best of you, when you let your emotions get the best of you. Greed causes us to abandon all plans that we have in trading and throw our probability down the fucking toilet. We all got into trading because subconsciously we were greedy. All of you guys right now, I would like to say that the vast majority of you guys removing greed from your trading and removing that emotion from your trading is literally the single defining point that is stopping you from becoming a profitable trader. You guys need to be fucking realistic. You guys are trying to turn your life around in a day. It's not going to happen. You're trying to turn your life around in a week. It's not going to happen. We need to remove the emotion of greed completely. Yes, it's what got us into trading because we want to make money trading. But now that we know the true definition of trading, that it's based on statistics, that it's based on probability. And how do we get that probability? By strictly following our strategy, by strictly following our risk management plan. And then risking properly. And then probability is on our side, and then that's when money comes in. And then greed shouldn't even be a part of that because the money is damn near guaranteed at that point when statistics are in our favor, when probability is on our side. So we should no longer be thinking, how can I make money today or right now? And start thinking, how can I execute on my strategy flawlessly today? How can I manage my risk flawlessly today? How can I make sure that I only execute when my strategy presents itself? Because that's what's going to cause us to get to our goals. Not, I just want to make money today. I want to make money tomorrow. I want to have $1 million today. Everybody wants a fucking $1 million today. But that's not going to lead you to what you guys desire with trading. And it's funny because when greed happens, when you want to get to your goal quicker, the actions that you take from those greedy emotions actually stop you from getting to that goal. It stops you. It causes you to not take trades based off of your strategy. It causes you to not use risk management. It causes you to feed into emotions. And that breaks all three of the skill sets that we've established throughout this entire, through all of these coaching calls that we've talked about that helps lead us to be a profitable trader. Us feeding into the emotion of greed literally will forever and always just, boom, you're not getting past it until you can get rid of it. You are not going to move forward with your trading. You are never going to be successful in trading if you have the emotion of greed. And it's easy to say, but it's difficult to do. I know a lot of you guys are living difficult lives right now, and I know how the money that you could potentially make from trading can drastically change the life that you're living right now, but you have to be patient. It's going to happen in due time. But you guys falling in to the emotion of greed, it's literally pressing pause on your path to profitability. It's directly correlated with you guys being unprofitable to you guys being profitable because it subconsciously causes you to take action that breaks every single rule that helps us get closer to profitability. How are we supposed to collect good data on our strategy? How are we supposed to collect good data on our win rate, on our risk to reward, if our risk is out of whack because we're getting greedy and we're over leveraging on trades? How are we supposed to collect good data on our strategy if we're taking trades that don't even align with our strategy? Just like Umar was saying, we have to have a strict strategy and a strict game plan going into the day. And our goal should be to execute on that flawlessly. In greed, what does that cause us to do? Not execute on it flawlessly. It causes us to abandon all plan and all like everything, all probability, and we just throw it out the window and say, how can I make the most amount of money today? Well, hypothetically, how can you make the most amount of money today? By max risking your account and by taking as many trades as possible. But we all know where that road leads. It leads to a fat 0 in our account balance. The second that you guys can abandon the emotion of greed and expand, just zoom out on your timeline and on your road of profitability and understanding that those slow and steady progress, showing up every day, getting 1% better, being consistent, following your strategy every single day, even though it's boring. Guys, success is boring. It's a boring road to go down. Seeing those little 1% gains or those 1% growths every single day, it can get discouraging at times. I know, because I've been there. And it's not a fun thing to do, but you guys have to just have in the back of your head the goal that lies in the reward that lies at the end of that long road, which is success and which is a different, literally completely different life than you're living right now. The life that you guys have always dreamed of. And every single time that you guys fall into your emotions, that you guys make an emotional decision in the market, you guys not only put a pause on that path to profitability, but you take steps back because you're reinforcing bad habits. The next emotion that a lot of traders fall into is fear. How can we get over fear? A lot of you guys place a trade and then you guys exit the trade too early because you guys are like, oh my goodness, like I thought the trade was going to go against me. How can we get over fear? Through repetitions. If it's my first day ever playing basketball and I go to the basketball court and somebody says, yo, I bet you $100 that you can't make a 3-pointer and I've never shot a ball in my entire life, I'm going to be really fucking scared and I'm probably not going to want to take that bet. If I've only shot 100 3-pointers and I've missed every single one of them, and somebody comes up to me and says, yo, I'd like to make a bet that with $100 that you can't make a 3-pointer, I'm probably not going to want to make that bet because I've only taken that shot 100 times and every single time that I took it, I've missed. Versus if I show up every single day and I'm consistently seeing consistent progress in my 3-point shot and I'm making shots to the point where probability is on my side and I know what my 3-point shot percentage is and probability is on my side, I'm going to take that bet every single time because I know I'm going to rinse that man for his money. It's the same thing with trading. You guys take your first trade with a strategy that's unfamiliar to you guys, you're probably not going to want to put money on the table. That's why we have demo accounts. That's why we have paper trading. But you guys are going to be able to get over the fear of trading. You guys are going to get over the fear of losing money, just like how I showed you guys on my TradeZella dashboard, where I'm not scared when I take a loss because I know probability is on my side and I'm going to take the next shot that presents itself when probability is on my side because I know my wins are going to eat my losses. I know my win rate is in favor of that. So how can we get over fear? Just through repetition. You guys will not be scared to take trades or to take shots if you guys have seen that outcome multiple times. You guys won't be scared if you guys aren't afraid of losing the money risked. Again, we need to establish a risk management plan so that we know, just like Umar was saying, we know the risk that we're putting on the table every single day. And we're comfortable losing that money every single day because we know probability is on our side. You have to realize the risk that you're putting on the table. And you guys won't be as scared to take those shots if you guys have seen the ball go in the hoop so many fucking times. That's why I'm confident in my trading, because I've seen my strategy produce wins so many fucking times. You guys need to put in the hours that are required with your own strategy, with your own edge, with probability on your side, and you need to see that probability produce results over and over and over again to be able to overcome the emotion of fear, or else you guys are going to consistently be fearful in the market. How are you going to possibly be willing to put risk on in a marketplace when you are unsure of what the outcome is going to be? And it's not just as simple as, oh, well, TJR's strategy works for him, so it's going to work for me. You guys need to put in the work yourselves. This is a 50-50. This is like a 50-50 transaction. I can only take you guys so far, and I can only tell you guys what to do. You guys have to take action. You guys won't be scared to pull the trigger or to take trades when you've seen trades hit consistently over and over and over again. And you also will not be fazed by losses, because you will know that losses are a drop in your probability bucket and is a part of your business expense of trading. And even if you guys miss the trade, even if you guys miss that shot, you guys know that the next one is going to go in. Or if you guys miss the next one, you know probability is on your side. Fear gets removed by repetition. If you guys are fearful when trading, if you guys know that you guys have the psychological issue or the psychological emotion of fear in the market, there's a clear and there's a simple solution. And it's by repetition, by back testing, by spending hours and hours and hours on the chart, seeing your confluences work in your favor, seeing your strategy play in your favor.
Give me some anxiety.
And there's no other way around it. It's by putting time and effort in. Fear immediately gets removed by repetition. I haven't been scared of the markets in who knows how fucking long, because I know my probability, I know my statistics, and I know the odds are in my favor, so I'm willing to take the shot every single time my strategy presents itself. Fear and greed are two of the biggest emotions that we need to be able to overcome in order to become a profitable trader. If we're fearful within the markets, then we're not going to be taking the trades that our strategy presents us with, and then we're throwing our probability out the window. If we get greedy, we're going to be breaking our strategy, and we're going to be breaking our probability, throwing it out the window, and taking trades off of who knows what reason. We can overcome both of these emotions by showing up every single day and getting consistently better. It's a very simple formula. We get over fear by repetition, and that's also how we build confidence. And that's a good emotion to have in the markets. We don't want to have overconfidence, but how can we build confidence in the market? By repetition. Fear is removed by repetition, and confidence is built by repetition. You guys should and you guys will be confident in taking trades because you have seen that strategy present itself, and you know that probability is on your side, and you know that you have a highly probable win rate that is going to produce a desired outcome, which is making money, or which is being green on the day. And you guys are willing to take that trade because you've seen it play out in your favor thousands of times. And if you guys haven't seen it play out in your favor thousands of times, it's time to hit the fucking block, dude. It's time to hit the charts. Because as much as I would love to get in there and take the 1,000 trades for you guys and do the work for you guys, and trust me, if I could, I would, I can't. And the only way for you guys to overcome your own emotions is by you guys putting in the work yourselves. That's one of the most difficult parts of success, and every single mentor or somebody that's trying to help others do what they've done, we can only give you guys the playbook. We can only give you guys the roadmap of how to get there, and it's up to you guys to take action. You guys will be able to build confidence, and you guys will not be uncertain when executing, when it feels like second nature to do so. If I'm in a trade situation and liquidity gets swept, I see a change in order flow, I see my confirmation confluence, I see my continuation confluence, and then I see the change in order flow on the 1 minute time frame, it's without a doubt every single time I'm pressing that damn button because I know probability is in my favor, because I know that stats have my back.
Plus, this motherfucker's yelling.
That is confidence that I've built in my system through thousands of hours and thousands of trades that I've taken. And all of this obviously takes time, but you guys need to understand this in order to process what probability and profitability looks like and thinks like. It's going to take time to build that confidence, but at least put yourself in that profitable trader's headspace and say, what would a profitable trader do at this point in time when your strategy is telling you to enter? You press the damn button and you follow the strategy to a T. You follow your risk management to a T, and you don't let fear get the best of you. You don't hesitate, and you don't let greed get the best of you. You don't skip a step. You don't over leverage. You don't overtrade. You don't take FOMO trades. You don't take revenge trades. That's when probability is no longer in our favor. You guys are going to start out uncertain, and you guys will be uncertain until you guys have trained and traded with enough hours to remove uncertainty from your brain and from your mentality. This is something that is just required of you guys to be able to turn profitable. I wish I could toss a pill in all of your guys' mouths right now so that, boom, all uncertainty and all fear is removed from you guys. But it's a natural human instinct for us to be fearful, especially when putting money on the line, because we as humans are so emotionally attached to money that when money is on the line, we can't help but be fearful in a situation that we do not know the odds that are in our favor or against us in. How could we possibly be willing to put money on the line when we don't even know what our odds are? So how do we build those odds? How do we build that probability? How do we build those statistics? By putting time in on the charts. How do we build that confidence? How do we remove fear? By putting time in on the charts. And that time is going to take 3 months, 6 months, some of you guys a year, some of you guys maybe 2 years, but it is going to happen in due time. And we can't let greed get the best of us and try and condense that timeline into a 7-day period or into a week period or into a month period. Your guys' uncertainty when it comes to trading, and every single one of you guys is uncertain with your trading. And the reason why I know that is because you guys came on here and you guys signed up to this event because you guys are having issues with your trading. Meaning every single one of you guys signed up because you have fears and you have emotions involved with your own trading that are causing you guys to be unsuccessful. And I'm telling you guys right now, it's because you guys haven't put in enough hours to build the confidence in your strategy, to build the confidence in your trading, to be able to remove all fear from your trading, to be able to execute with confidence. Because if you guys were executing with confidence, if probability was on your side, then you guys would be profitable and you wouldn't be here right now. So let today be a sign and a signal of you guys need to be taking more action, or you guys haven't done enough work yet to remove fear from your trading and to be able to zoom out on your timeline of profitability, to be able to build the confidence necessary in order to have the odds in your favor in the market. Whew. I'm getting fired up, man. Like this is the type of shit that
you're yelling.
It's like it's the intangibles and it's the like the mentality and just like understanding what is required of you guys to be able to turn profitable that is so important. That is so important with all of this. Like, if you guys are greedy, it's going to put a roadblock. If you guys are fearful, that is something that you guys can improve on. Greed puts a stop on your road to profitability. Fear, we can progress with by just putting in the hours. But fear and greed together. Whoa.
He just realized.
Fear and greed together, we're fucking smoked, guys. We're fucking smoked. Okay, and every single one of you guys is in that position right now. What? What happened? What, I need to reload? Reload what? What do I need to do? What do I need to do?
There you go.
What happened? Oh, oops. Sorry, I didn't even realize that shit was there. Sorry, I was locked in. Give me 1 second.
Now he's making me redo all my shit. Oh.
Okay, cool. We're back.
I guess he wants to show this instead.
Are we good now? Are we good now?
That's what he wants.
Is this not working? Are we good? Give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Anyways, sorry, I didn't realize that shit went down. Anyways, your guys' road to profitability, it's literally like the defining factors. Like, yes, strategy is a big portion of it. Sure, right? Strategy is a big portion of you guys being able to find success in trading, right? It's one of our key pillars. Risk management, it's a big thing. But with both of those skill sets, it's like once we've established them, it's pretty fucking simple. We show up every single day and we execute on them flawlessly. And as long as we don't get emotions involved, then boom, like probabilities on our side, and then boom, like we're a profitable trader. But there's time and there's consistency involved with all of that. Okay? And again, I'm assuming that every single one of you guys is willing to put the time in and is willing to be consistent with this because you guys showed up, okay? Because you guys are here right now, because you guys are willing to sit through countless fucking hours of trading content just like I was willing to do when I was an unprofitable trader. And you wonder why I'm in the position where I'm at today. It's because I had all of those traits that every single one of you guys has right now. You guys are showing me that you guys have the drive, and you guys are showing me that you guys have what's required to be able to get there. Okay. The next thing that I want to talk about that was just like absolutely crucial and I know it sounds crazy, and I'm going to bring this old notebook of mine back when I was in the exact same position as you guys, when I was learning how to trade, is that it's the law of attraction and manifestation. I know it sounds like super corny, but it really is like, it can be a defining factor in being able to change your life. Now, there's a lot of different ways that people look at it. And for me, like the law of attraction and manifestation, like people think, okay, yeah, whatever. You sit on your couch and you say, I'm going to be a millionaire, or I'm going to be a profitable trader over and over and over again. That is not going to cause you to to be in the position that you want to be, because there's no action that's involved. But how does the law of attraction and manifestation reframe our brain and rewire our brain to be able to put ourselves subconsciously in an action-taking state to be able to get to where we want to go? So why does the law of attraction and manifestation actually work? And I'm going to read you guys some excerpts from my trading journal back when I was an unprofitable trader and I didn't even know what I wanted to do with my life. And I was very lost and probably in the same exact position as you guys. But the first thing that I want to do is go over this. So how can we actually use this to our advantage? You guys have to know who you guys are going to become and start acting like it. You guys just had 4 profitable traders, myself included, come on here and speak to you guys and tell you guys what they did in order to become profitable. And you guys just saw 4 profitable traders in different aspects and different asset classes and different styles of trading talk to you guys and really like tell you guys what it takes to be able to become a profitable trader. Every single one of you guys right now is, again, like we already established, is unprofitable. And you have to look at what your life is like right now and see what the differences are between your life right now as an unprofitable trader and compare it to what a profitable trader does, specifically with your trading, but also within your life. If I sit here and I look at somebody that I'm aspiring to be, and you guys might say, oh, Tyler, well, your life is so crazy. Well, yeah, I see an even bigger and an even better life for myself in the future because I'm only 23 years old. And a lot of you guys were in the same exact position as me when I was writing this notebook. And I'm going to read you guys some of the things that I wrote down when I was trying to make this shit work.
He gonna cry.
I actually wrote it on the back here. And again, this sounds like crazy and it sounds stupid, but these are things that, like, again, if we think of the ideal human that we want to become, and then we put in our heads that we are that person, we will subconsciously start taking actions to become them. So again, keep in mind, I was not this human that I am describing to you guys right now. When I was writing this notebook, I was sad, I was depressed, and I, like, frankly hated my life, and I didn't have any money. I will make $10,000 a month. I will follow my trading plan. I will follow my schedule. I will log my trades. I am successful. I will invest money into crypto. Again, these are kind of stupid, but I am successful in the markets. I make money in the markets. I am not greedy. I was ahead of my time with that one. I am unbiased. I am confident in my markups and my layouts. My mindset is always leveling up. It's actually insane to me going back and like reading this right now and like seeing how much that has correlated to today's lesson, when at this point in time I was not the person that I am now and I was just aspiring to be who I am now. And it's crazy me delivering all of this info without even like realizing what was on this page. Like I haven't opened this notebook in a minute, but like all of this translates exactly to who I am now. Like, I will follow my trading plan. I do that, and at the time I wasn't. I will follow my schedule. I didn't even have a fucking schedule back then. I will log my trades. At the time I wasn't journaling any of my trades. I am successful. At the time I was fucking nobody, bro, and unsuccessful as shit. I'm successful in the markets. At the time I was an unprofitable trader. I make money in the markets. I am not greedy. I'm unbiased. I'm confident in my markups and layouts. My mindset is always leveling up. These are things that I wrote down when I was not that person that I was describing, but I was writing it down as if I was that person. And then subconsciously every single day I would read these things to myself and I would take action to be able to eventually become the person that I was striving to be. And that's how the law of attraction and manifestation actually works, is by you guys sitting down and establishing what your dream life looks like, what the dream version of you 5 years from now looks like, and how they act, what they do, what helped them get there. and write that shit down and start taking those actions today, because believe it or not, when you establish that dream version of you, either a year out or 5 years out, and you start acting like them, eventually you are going to become them. I had no fucking clue I was going to be the man I am today while I was writing this. I was a fucking nobody. I was broke, I was sad, I was depressed, and I didn't know what I fucking wanted to do with my life, bro. And oh, bro, it's crazy. It's just such a full circle moment looking back and reading this and just knowing that I did everything that I said I was going to do. And I am now the man that I was dreaming of being just a couple of years ago, and how much my life has changed because I took action and because I was relentless with this vision of trying to be a day trader. And I know every single one of you guys has that in you. You guys need to write down who you guys will be in 5 years and think about all the actions that person does, how they live, how they act, and assume that being and assume that character and become them now. And you guys are going to be so freaking amazed at how you develop into that version of you that you guys want to be. This was literally 5 years ago me, bro. And I'm so much far past this version of me that I've always wanted to become. Like, it's insane. And like, if this isn't proof, I don't know what is. Like, manifestation and law of attraction isn't just writing down hopes and dreams. It's actually putting it in your head that you are that person and you are eventually going to become that individual. And it's ingraining it into your head, and it's taking those actions every single day, not to get towards who that person is, but as if you already are that person. And again, it's just showing up every single day and being consistent. And then one day you guys are going to open your eyes and you're going to be that person that you've always dreamed of. Actions produce results. And you guys are always, no matter what, no matter the instance, no matter the circumstances, you are the product of your actions, not from your parents, not from your education, not from how you guys grew up, not from anything or anyone besides yourself. If you're disappointed in where you guys are at currently in life, you have nobody but yourself to blame. And I know that's a harsh reality and it's a harsh truth, but the second that you guys can start taking full responsibility for everything in your life is the second that you have full control of where your life is headed. And who you guys can become, because now you guys have full and complete control over your future, and it's no longer in the hands of your environment or of your family or of your friends. It's in your guys' own hands. And like, it's so crazy looking back at where I was just a couple years ago. And like, again, me doing this, it just like really reignited like the fire underneath me. But seeing how many of you guys are like so motivated and so ready to take action and willing to change your life, just like how I was just a couple years ago, and reading that, and after like seeing how many people showed up and just like seeing that you guys are like so willing and so able to be like putting trust in me to be able to help you guys, get you guys to where you want to go. It's crazy. Like, again, I used to be where you guys are. Like, this was me, bro. Like, this was me just a couple, like literally 5 years ago when I was writing that, writing in that notebook. I used to be sitting in your guys' exact same spot as you guys are in right now. And when I started, like, I was broke, I was lost, I was fucking depressed. And also, like, there was a shit ton of bad information out there. And like, I was doing whatever it took. I was buying fucking courses. I was watching YouTube videos. I was reading books. I was, joining signal groups, and ended up like blowing accounts because of it. I followed like all of these fucking gurus online that were just showing highlight reels, and like there was just like no truth to it. And again, like as I told you guys, there was a point in time where I turned $10,000 into $112,000, and then it zeroed the fuck out. And that for me was like rock bottom. And I'm sure, as you guys know, like my story, like bro, I attempted to take my life multiple times because I was just in like a super shitty headspace. And maybe some of you guys are in that headspace right now. And I'm telling you guys that there's light at the end of the tunnel. And like, as much as it is to like get, you know, super drawn into all of these like cool things, that is like a part of like why you guys are failing right now. Like that's how people are profiting off of your guys's failure. Like, you guys are a part of the game. And my goal for you guys is to get you guys out of that game. That's like what this entire goal was, especially when I was writing in that notebook. Like, I was a part of that system that just kept me from going into greedy. How can I become profitable today? Paying for like the next secret sauce or trying to join the next signal group. And then you finally end up realizing that you guys are just stuck on this endless fucking hamster wheel. And not only does your money end up disappearing, but it also crushes your guys' confidence, and it makes you guys feel like you are the problem. And you finally understand, like, okay, maybe I'm not going to make it in trading. And then you get someone like me that comes along, or maybe you just realize it your fucking self, is that in order to actually find success in this, it's by turning all of that shit off, bro. Like, turning off the signal group, turning off the YouTube, turning off the Instagram highlight reel, and making it just between yourself and the charts and thousands of hours of mistakes and learning. That's the real path to profitability, and that's the real path to success. It's market experience, and it's not super sexy, and it's not overnight, okay? Like, I had to do that alone. And again, I want to help you guys be able to build off of my success. That's why I've done this today. That's why I built out this strategy for you guys. That's why I brought on all of these guests. I put in 10,000 hours worth of work on my own, struggled on my own, to be able to help you guys, for you guys to be able to stand on my shoulders, to learn from my mistakes without hopefully losing for years and losing thousands of dollars like I did. And again, that's why I even got on social media in the first place. It's like, why am I even here teaching you guys right now? It's because, like, I owe it to this version of me. I owe it to every single one of you guys. And it makes me, like, again, bro, I've been getting emotional during this call because I like, it's crazy how many of you guys are on the same exact journey as me. And who I was. Like, this is a funny ass picture, but like, bro, you can see, like, as stupid as it is, like, you can see the pain in that dude's eyes. Like, I didn't really know what my purpose was with day trading, but I knew I wanted to make it my life, and it was my passion. And now you guys have given me the opportunity to be able to help you guys get this really insane and awesome skill that changed my life forever. But also, you guys have helped me get purpose in my life as well, through social media, by giving you guys YouTube videos, by being able to get on here and do shit like this, to be able to transfer the skill that helped change my life. And that's what keeps me going. Like, I don't need the money, but I sit here and I think back to that version of me, and I think about how horrible of a position that he was in, and how miserable he was, and how fucking depressed he was, and how he had like no guidance, and how he had to do it on his own. That's what keeps me going. And again, that's why I'm here today. Like, because I know what it's like to be where you guys are. And my goal with social media was to do it in a completely different way. Like, I want to help every single one of you guys who's where I was at just like 5 years ago to be able to change your life forever. And again, like, I'm doing it in a much different way than any of these other people. And like, hopefully you guys have seen that throughout the past day and a half, throughout the several hours that we've been doing this. Like, that I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you guys and give you guys just like a bunch of BS. You know, like, I'm here to actually change lives, and that's been my goal from the jump, and that's been my goal since we started yesterday. Bro, we sat there for 6 hours straight of me just dumping information on you guys, and who knows how long we've been doing this for. It's been like, geez, yeah, it's been like 3.5 hours. Every single one of you guys has been willing to sit through this. I know that you guys are just like who I was when I first started, and I want to be able to change your guys' life. And it doesn't end here. It doesn't end on this 3-day live event that we're doing. There's a much longer journey that's involved. That's what I've been telling you guys throughout this entire time. It's not just, okay, 3 days and then boom, we're going to be profitable. There's a journey that's involved with this. And I want to help you guys along that journey. Like, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you guys. I'm going to give you guys every single thing that it takes. Okay, like, I'm not here to sell you guys on some magic potion that's going to turn you profitable. I want to teach you guys how to fish for yourself, how to actually shoot the ball yourself, how to find that probability yourself. This isn't like a fucking signal group. This is like actual real education that's going to help you guys change your life forever. And so that eventually you guys will no longer need me. Like, as sad as it is, like, that's my goal with social media, for you guys to come in here, for you guys to do these events, for you guys to be coached by me, whether it be within my program or whether it be on YouTube. But then eventually you guys are going to get to the point where you guys no longer need me. And it's like sad, but it's what I have. It's that's the real journey that you guys need to be on. And what I want to help you guys do is give you guys that access to the speed. And that's what I've already been doing today, where I can be your guys' strategic advantage. And this is what I've helped literally thousands of other people do within my program, within my students, within my mentorship. And that's it. Like, I literally built this shit out to give back to the old version of me, to every single one of you guys that's on this call right now. Like, this is what I'm doing to give back to that old version of me. That's like literally exactly what I built out. And again, if you guys see me as a coach, if you guys see me as a mentor, if you guys want to be my student, and if you guys actually have trust in me, especially after these the past how many fucking hours we've been on here, then this is what I want to give to you guys. Like, I want to be your guys' mentor. I want to be able to give you guys the blueprint that I wish I had when I was a learning trader, when literally everything online was bullshit. Like, I go live with every single one of my students 5 days a week. And just to give you guys context of what that looks like, that's literally every single weekday of live coaching calls, of me getting on there and going over, constructively criticizing, okay, you took this trade, this is where you went wrong. Like, I'm with you guys every single step of the way. And just like fucking Orangey and Darius was saying, again, being a part of a private community and being a part of people that are all within the same headspace and within the same, or who are all a part of the same mission. Okay, every single one of you guys join this. You guys are all on the same journey together. That's what I want to give you guys. Okay, like, I could go on and on and on about all of this, about how whatever, you guys are going to be able to rewatch coaching calls so you guys can, okay, get access to a call that you guys missed. You guys can get access to whatever, some AI or whatever, all my indicators that show every single confluence that you guys have. But at the end of the day, that's not what matters. What matters is the thousands of students that I've been able to teach, that I've been able to change their lives. Like, we consistently produce 100 funded accounts pass every single month. We track data on this. $300,000 in student profits monthly. And even on top of that, there's multiple students of mine that are now full-time traders, just like Darius. Darius actually, like, he was one of my students, okay? And now they're teaching other people. Like, there's a lot of big people online that, you know, I don't want to dox them, but they were my student. They were learning from me. And your guys' success is my proof. And like I was saying before, this isn't like this isn't a 50-50 relationship. This isn't passive. This is for people that are actually ready to show up, and that are actually for people that are willing and able to take action. Okay? And I know that every single one of you guys is willing and able to take action because you've been able to stick through this long ass, at least kickstart of your trading journey. For all we know that this is when you guys actually entered the starting line, because before all of this, let's be honest, you guys probably weren't on the right track. This is me giving you guys 100% of my effort and you guys giving me 100% back. I'm going to give you guys my all, but you guys need to give me the same back. Just like how I'm willing to get on here for 6 hours and yell at you guys. And literally it's been 10 hours over the past 2 days that I'm willing to give you guys my time and my attention and my efforts to be able to help you guys turn into profitable traders. I need that to be reciprocated. And again, some of you guys right now, maybe the only step that you're going to take is by doing this 3-day live event. And that's where you're going to draw the line, and then you guys are going to end up being part of that 98% of traders that fail and part of that 80% of traders that end up giving up. Me personally, I would rather you guys do that than proceed and be my student and watch any more of these YouTube videos, or even show up tomorrow for the live event. Because that's not who I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to teach the old version of me. And that's what I see ideally in every single one of you guys right now. That I'm willing to put in the time and the effort required to help you guys become profitable traders. And ideally that is reciprocated. And hopefully that I put it through your guys' head what is required to be able to make this happen, to be able to change your guys' life. And that's what I want to do for you guys today. Because again, this was realistically a fucking test of who is actually willing and able and capable to be a student of mine. And that's what I want to ask you guys right now is, like, are you guys willing and are you guys able to be a student of mine? And ideally, you know, if you guys made it through 6 hours yesterday and 4 hours today, then that is the case. And if that is the case, then if you guys are done with all of like the fucking BS, this is the shit for you guys. Like, to give you guys perspective, you guys spent 10 hours on here with me. Imagine what 3 months straight of this can look like. Not only getting put into a Discord community where you guys are part of a bunch of like-minded traders, but also getting daily live calls just like this every single fucking day. For perspective, that's this price right here, okay? Overall, yeah, sure, total value is $20,000.
That's nuts.
And then on top of that, most of the time, for most students, we're going to be charging $7,000, but for every single one of you guys, because I know that I'm going to get the proof and the results out of you guys, it's $5,000. And for perspective, that's $83 for a singular coaching call over the span of 3 months. And that's the thing where I'm going to hold your guys' hand through all of this shit. Where we're doing this shit every single day. We're doing what we did yesterday every single day. We're doing what we did today every single day. Where you guys can come to me personally, and instead of being in a massive group like this, be in a personalized group and say, hey, I made this personal mistake on my trade today. Can you tell me what I did wrong? And I can immediately identify, because I put in the hours already, what you guys need to do. So if you guys want to be one of my students, you guys can click the link. We'll have it pinned in the Zoom chat, where you guys can scan this QR code, again, this is already discounted of what we do on this. But again, this is for people that I already know who are just like me, who I know can make it. I only want people that I can trust that are willing and able to actually become profitable. Again, if you guys actually got any sort of value from yesterday or any sort of value from today, just imagine how much your life can change over the course of 3 months of this every single fucking day. And again, like 95% of traders fail and 80% of them quit in 2 years, right? So if you guys want to be a part of that group, that's fine. You guys can do the fucking dash. But why is that the case? Because you guys are losing a ridiculous amount of money. You guys have a lack of discipline. You guys have a lack of risk management, and you guys have no proper education. And hopefully I gave you guys a bit of a fucking glimpse of what that looks like today, of what proper education looks like today, what proper coaching, what proper mentorship looks like, where I can actually go in specifically, not just on a big ass Zoom call like this, but be able to talk to you guys directly one-on-one and be able to fix these problems that you guys have on a personal scale so that you guys can use my 10,000 hours that I spent on my own trying to learn this skill of trading so that we can speed run your guys' path to profitability.
I was thinking the same thing, Short, but
and after all of this happens, you guys feel like shit because your morale is in the fucking
the VIP
dumps.
stuff's supposed to be at 8,
Right? You
so
guys don't
he's
know what you
acting
guys
like
are
this
doing
is
wrong.
the
How
end
can we
of it.
fix that issue?
But
How can we
it's
solve
probably
that problem?
about to kick people out.
By having somebody that has been there before, by having somebody like me, by having somebody like Darius, by having somebody like Orangey, by having somebody like Umar right by your side every single fucking day. You take a losing trade that day, guess what? There's a coaching call that same exact day where you can bring up that mistake that you made, or you can bring up maybe a lesson that you learned and say, hey, am I approaching this? So am I approaching this with the right solution? And I can immediately tell you yes, or I can immediately say, hold on, that's actually not the mistake that you made. You did this correctly, and this is where you're actually supposed to go. It's a literal speed run to profitability with somebody and an expert in a mentorship with you guys, where we're able to go over you guys' real fucking trades and go over solutions in real fucking time, where you guys can get on calls with me and literally ask me specific questions and say, like, literally write down, instead of you guys having to go back and spend months on an issue where you guys don't even know how to solve it. You guys can come directly to a coach like me and say, hey, I made this mistake today. How can I improve on this? And then I'm going to give you guys real fucking feedback. One mistake can cost you guys literally months worth of time. That's why it took me so fucking long to turn profitable, because I didn't have access to a mentor. I didn't have access to education. That's why, just like Orangey and just like Darius were saying, okay, Orangey was able to turn profitable really fucking quick because he put himself in a group, in a community with a mentor that gave him the ability to be able to learn. Darius, what was he was saying? He was saying, oh man, when I was trying to learn, education fucking sucked, and now it's a whole lot better because you have access to people like me who can mentor you guys, who can help you guys get better at trading. Where instead of that one mistake that's costing you guys literally months of time, instead it's a singular call, and that call happens on that exact same day of the week that you took that trade. You guys need to stop wasting time. You guys are switching strategies. You guys are trying to figure out what the solution is, and you guys are doing it amongst yourselves as unprofitable traders. You guys need to seek and find somebody that has experience in the field that you guys are trying to go into. And again, I'm not going to bullshit you guys, because again, hopefully you guys know that I'm a no BS person. This is the only piece of trading education that you guys will ever need. I'm going to be with you guys for 3 months straight, every single fucking day, helping you guys along the way. This is a prime time example. This dude literally started trading 2 weeks. Started trading, 2 weeks go by, and then he passes a funded account. 2 weeks ago, he wasn't even able to identify highs and lows in the market or in a trend. And then 2 weeks later, with coaching, he was able to change his life and get funded and get a payout that not only paid back for the coaching, that he paid for, but also now that's compounding ROI. Now, imagine what that investment is going to do for him for the rest of his life. This dude hadn't been trading for literally less than 2 months, bro, and he was already able to pass a funded account. Again, he was skeptical about the mentorship, and I'm sure a lot of you guys right now are like, I don't fucking know, man. Like, I got a lot of value out of this 2-day thing. I might want to do it on my own. I'm telling you guys right now, you guys can speed run your track to profitability by having somebody by your side. This person's a prime time example. Y'all are out here doing great things for people, so thank you for changing my life. This is somebody that got into trading less than 2 months ago. This dude is first week on his funded and he's already up 10%. These are real people with real fucking results. So imagine how far you guys would be able to get with just 3 months of this. With somebody like me getting on a call with you guys every single freaking day, bro. Coaching you guys through the mistakes that you guys are making. You made a mistake. Just like Umar was saying, instead of having to go to the trade journal and have to look at it yourself and be like, oh man, how can I figure this out for myself? You guys come directly to me, to a mentor, to a profitable trader and say, what did I do wrong? And we're able to immediately pinpoint it. Boom, you made that mistake. We give you the solution and then on to the next. Imagine how much you guys are going to be able to improve over 3 months with somebody like me right by your fucking side. And again, because you guys, I know you, and I see the younger version of me in every single one of you guys, I want to be able to extend your guys' timeline with me. So I don't want it just to be a 3-month period. I don't want it to just be a quarter of the year. I want to literally make it damn near impossible for you guys to not be profitable by the end of this. So I want you guys to spend half the fucking year with me. Imagine how much your guys' life would change with 6 months worth of every single weekday getting on a coaching call with a profitable trader. 6 months straight. 5 calls per week, getting on there, giving you guys immediate direction and immediate solution to the mistakes that you are making. It's actually fucking insane, the results that my students get. And again, I'm not giving you guys 3 months, I'm giving you guys 6 months of this, literally half a year to damn near make it for certain that every single one of you guys that has stuck through this for the past 10 hours that we've been on here, because I know you guys have what it takes and I know you guys have the motivation and I know you guys have the discipline to be able to do this, to be able to change your life. And don't worry if you guys signed up to the last one, okay, where it said 3 months worth of mentorship, you guys will be added on 6 months. Okay, so again, we'll pop up a link in the Zoom where you guys can scan the QR code to sign up. Now imagine, you guys are literally paying, would you guys pay $41? You guys paid damn near fucking double that to be able to just get on these calls with me, right? At this price, that's $41 per coaching call for the span of 6 months straight. And that's just for the coaching. Imagine all the other value that we're able to give you guys. 24/7 access to chat with profitable coaches in there where, okay, let's say you take a losing trade and you don't want to wait for the coaching call that happens in literally 2 hours because one happens every single fucking day and you want an immediate solution to your answer. You can send it into the chat and a profitable coach is going to go in there and is going to tell you the solution to your answer so you guys can continuously improve on your trading. This is my goal with you guys, is to be able to take you guys from unprofitable traders with real no direction of how you guys are going to be able to turn profitable and give you guys a streamlined, straight and fucking narrow path to profitability. It's to me, this is the most obvious and again, I think to myself, okay, $41 for a coaching call where I get direct access to a profitable trader such as myself, or fucking maybe it's even somebody else that is super fluent in the skill set that I want to learn. I'm paying that every single fucking time, no matter what. And I've done it in other fields. I've done it in YouTube mentorship, where I've paid for a mentor to help mentor me on my YouTube channel. And then what happened to my YouTube channel? Boom, it blew the fuck up. I just hit 1 million subscribers. When at the time I thought I was doing everything right. I thought I had all the pieces in line, but guess what? I was actually doing everything incorrectly, and I didn't have solutions to my problems. I didn't even know that I was making mistakes. And that's what a mentor is going to help you guys do. That's what a mentor is going to help you guys be able to break out of. It's like you guys are going to send me a trade and you're going to be like, bro, this was a winning trade. Look at my winning trade. And I'm going to be like, slow down, bro. You didn't execute on the strategy correctly. You entered too early and your emotions got the best of you. I look at your daily bias, how you guys write it out. And I'm like, why the fuck are you guys taking daily bias off of this confluence and this confluence when our strategy specifically says to do this and this? Boom. That's a mistake that you made that you probably didn't even know that you were making in the first place or in the moment. And you were probably just going to write it off because you won for the day. It's an accident waiting to happen down the road without clear mentorship. And again, I'm like just thinking of unprofitable me, of me trying to figure it out on my own. I spent like literally 3 months or 6 months on an individual mistake that I was trying to find solutions for. And then finally I find the solution, and then boom, my trading makes a massive leap in the right direction. Now imagine being able to get that solution within the day. That's what we're giving you guys. And all you guys have to do is just show up, bro. The people that show up, just like how you guys showed up and stayed on here for 6 hours straight and have showed up today and stayed on here for 4-5 hours straight. The people that show up are the people that, and the people that work are the people that are going to become profitable. I mean, like, it speaks for itself. Like, it's funny. It's funny reading shit like that when a student of mine just says too easy, but it genuinely is after they get coaching. So predictable. This person, again, his first fucking payout gets a $10,000 payout. That's literally double the investment that you guys would be making today. And then imagine how much more he's possibly going to make now that he has the skill set that can change his life forever. Literally just gaining the skill set and speed running that path to profitability by having a coach and by having a mentor along your side to be able to identify the mistakes and to be able to give you guys direct solutions to your problems is going to speed run you guys to profitability. And is going to help you guys get over those rough patches. You guys might make a mistake one day, and then boom, I give you the solution, and then you make and this happens countless times with my students, where they'll make a mistake, and then the next day, they make the same mistake, and I'm like, bro, did we not just go over this? And they're like, oh my God, yes. And then guess what? Next week, they're absolutely fucking crushing it, because that mistake is what was holding them back. Again, another $5,000. This dude was able to make $15,000. That's literally 3 times the investment that you guys would be making today in 6 months worth of coaching. The ROI on that and how much that investment has already changed this dude's life forever is drastic. Again, like, this is an investment with actual real returns on the other side of working hard and putting in the effort that is required. This dude said it was the best investment I've ever spent in my life. And said, and now I'm able to live a life of freedom because of this mentorship. Like, This dude was able to pass his funded after a month of being in the blueprint. You guys have 6 months straight. Imagine the results that you guys are going to be able to get. And this dude joined the blueprint after completing my free YouTube course, which he said was very easy to understand, helped him out a lot. But then said in the blueprint, he or me really gets into it in depth on all the confluences that you guys need in order to be profitable. And the coaching calls are next level. That's what I want to differentiate for you guys from what's the difference between this and just a simple YouTube video? Well, this is specific answers to your guys' problems, to your guys' questions. In a YouTube video, I can make a video on a confluence. I can make a video on a strategy. I can make just like how I did with this. I taught you guys the confluences. I taught you guys the strategy. Okay. I taught you guys just all of the basics: confluence, strategy, psychology, risk management, trade journaling, everything that's required to turn profitable. But there are going to be bumps in the road that you guys face where you guys are going to get hung up on for several months or weeks. And that's a lot of time that could immediately be removed by just getting on a singular coaching call and immediately getting that solution. The difference between this 3-day live event or some YouTube video compared to the mentorship is you guys are able to come to me with your genuine questions and your genuine mistakes that are personalized to you, and then get the direct answers to that. You guys can leave a comment on a YouTube video on a very specific question, but what are the odds that I'm going to make a specific YouTube video on yours, on Justin's very specific mistake that he made on Friday, trading this confluence, this confluence, this confluence entry, and then why did he get stopped out on it? I wouldn't know unless he was in my mentorship. I wouldn't know unless he was my student and broke it down to me so I could give him the direct solution. And I know for a fact that there's so many of you people that need that coaching that can take your trading to the next level. And that's what's stopping you guys. And for everybody that if price is an issue, like if $5,000, that's like a fucking stretch right now. You guys don't have $5,000 cash. There's no fucking problem, okay? We have financing and split pay available for this, okay? So if you guys, again, we can pop the link up in the chat. You guys scan the QR code. So for you guys to be able to get access to the financing, okay, for Split It, if you guys are international, okay, you guys can go through that and you guys can split up the payments across 6 months, okay? Or if you guys are in the US, okay, you guys can split up those payments across 12 months to make it super freaking easy for you guys to be able to get in this, okay? Again, my goal is to be able to help you guys turn profitable, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to be able to help you guys get there. And I know for a fact that so many of you guys would benefit from this. I know for a fact that so many of you guys were in the exact same shoes that I was in just 5 years ago, and I can see what your guys' future looks like. Help me get you guys there. Help me help you guys get you guys there. This 3-day live event is just one step of the process. So again, if $5,000, if you guys are like, holy shit, putting that up front is a lot, don't worry, you guys can split that up. And again, just think about the return on the investment, just like how we showed all those other students. Again, think about, again, that 5-year from now version of you, that profitable version of you, what he looks like as a profitable day trader, what his life looks like or her life looks like, where that you is. And the quicker that I can help you guys get there, the better, because I know what life looks like on the other side. And that's my goal with every single one of you guys as my student, to be able to help get you guys there. And again, I'm going to try and make this easy for you guys, because I know that $5,000 up front is like a lot for some of you guys, right? So that's why I wanted to be able to give you guys financing options, okay? So you guys can split up those payments, because again, this is like literally life-changing opportunity for you guys to be able to speed run your guys' path to profitability. And I don't want you guys to miss out on this opportunity. Because again, it sounds fucking crazy, but the deals that we're giving in this specific event, this isn't going to happen ever again. Most of the time, the coaching is 3 months. I'm giving it to you guys for 6 months straight, half the fucking year. Oh my God, do you guys even know how much progress you guys can make in half a year? It's actually insane. It actually hurts my brain. You guys are going to be running laps around the version of you right now after 6 months straight. Bro, you guys are going to be able to get I'm so pumped up about this because I'm excited for you guys. You guys are going to be able to get on a coaching call every single day of the week. Besides weekends, because we want to give you guys some free time to take some time for yourself. But every single weekday for half a year, bro, are you fucking crazy? Like it's actually insane to me. What I can potentially do, I know this sounds weird, but what I can potentially do with you guys or how I can change your life over the span of 6 months under my wing, under my coaching. You guys, literally, if you guys are in this position right now, if you guys spent the last 6 hours yesterday and the past 5 hours with me today, you guys can't afford to let an opportunity like this go. I've invested so much time and effort to be able to get myself in the right frame of mind, to put myself in a highly probable position, to be able to understand confluences, to be able to understand strategy, so sufficiently enough to be able to transfer that skill to thousands of other people who have already gone through this program. Matter of fact, in a shorter amount of time than what you guys are about to sign up to or have already signed up to throughout this call. And those people have been able to change their life forever because of it. This is how you guys can literally lower your risk, put yourself in that higher percentile of people who are likely going to make it profitable in trading by putting your trust in me, somebody that's been there, somebody that's made the mistakes, somebody that knows and has all the solutions that you guys are looking for. Again, we can go on and on with this shit. This dude, boom, joining the mentorship, gave me the discipline that I needed. If you guys are struggling with psychology, there's literally 2 psychology calls every single week where we go through all the psychological mistakes that you guys are making. And that's 2, I'm tweaking out because that's 2 psychology calls per week. And you have it for 6 months. My psychology was terrible. And then 1.5 weeks later, this dude gets funded. I was on a funded account for 2.5 months with constant drawdown before he joined the mentorship. And his psychology was terrible. But with our help, within 1.5 weeks, he passed his first ever funded. But it wasn't just one, it was 2 funded accounts. In 1.5 weeks. There's so many examples of this. I want you guys to be the best version of you, and I want you guys to change your life in the fastest way possible, in the right way too. Not in a way of me giving you guys just some bullshit hopes and dreams. Boom, you're gonna be driving a fucking Lamborghini tomorrow. No, we've already established that that's not going to happen. But what can I help you guys do? I can help you guys increase the percentage of growth that you guys take every single day. Not only that, but I'm holding you guys accountable because we have a coaching call every damn fucking day, and you guys are going to be showing up, and you guys are going to be learning every single fucking day. You guys are going to have one of these calls every single fucking day. It literally forces you to put in the work required to be consistent. That's why I built this out the way that it is. You guys wake up and you take your trade, and then you know that you're going to have solutions to your mistakes later that day by getting on the coaching call. And you guys know, and it also forces you guys to show up. Oh, I didn't see you in yesterday's coaching call. What the fuck were you doing? You better go back and you better watch the recording of it because you missed a lot. And you missed a day that you could have showed up and you could have got better. It holds not only you guys accountable, but it also holds me accountable as a coach to show up every single day for you guys. And again, the goal with this is to make it easy for you guys to start. If you guys want to be my student, scan the QR code, click the link that's pinned in the chat. I want to help you guys get to where you guys want to go. I'm going to make this easy for you guys to start. Okay? And again, if the $5,000 was a fucking stretch for you guys, or if the financing wasn't an option for you guys, this is like the last thing that I can do for you guys to help you guys make this happen. Okay? We can split up the payments, okay, across 3 months. So again, if the financing wasn't an option, if you guys weren't able to do that full commitment, I understand it. Times are fucking tough, but I want to be able to change your guys' life. And I've just given you guys three different opportunities and 3 different avenues that you guys can take action today to help set yourself up to literally put yourself in a position for the next 6 months to show up every day, to get 1% better, to be able to improve on your mistakes, to be able to get solutions to your mistakes by being my student, by committing not only to yourself, but also to me that you are going to make this work. That's what you guys did yesterday by sticking through that fucking 6-hour call. That's what you guys did today by sticking through this 4-hour call. You guys have what it takes to be a profitable trader. Now commit to it.
I think this shit's going till 8, bro.
Commit to yourself and also to me that you are willing to do what it takes to become profitable. Like, I get so fired up during this because I'm excited for you guys and what you guys can potentially do with your life. I think back to every single one of you guys is just like this person that was writing in this notebook. And I'm so fucking passionate about this because I know how I was able to change my life, and I love the life that I have right now. I wake up every single day fucking happy, bro. And back then, I was sad, I was depressed, and I wasn't doing shit with my life. And maybe that's where some of you guys right now, and you guys see light at the end of the tunnel. Let me help you make that light a whole lot fucking bigger and show you guys the way to be able to turn profitable, bro. Let me help you guys get there. And be my student for 6 months straight. And then guess what? You're fucking gone. Because you guys will have the skill and you guys will know what to do every single day. For 6 months straight, I'm going to be drilling in your head. Boom, you're making this mistake. Boom, here's the solution. Boom. Fuck it, bro. You probably won't even need the full 6 months, but you have it just in case. Maybe after 3 months, you're like all of these other students who end up turning massively profitable, who end up getting payouts from prop firms, and boom, go off on their own. And then, oh, you start making more mistakes. Boom, you can come right back. Open arms for you guys. You guys can come back to the coaching calls. Boom. We're giving you guys solutions to these mistakes. We're always going to be there for you guys. Not to mention, one of my students literally has the biggest payout in My Funded Futures history. This dude got into trading literally almost a year ago, and then finally was able to pass his first funded account on his first try after getting into the mentorship. This dude said that I was able to help people just like him achieve their goals, and that it's literally helping change his life. He joined the program and watched this chat with all of these people achieving their goals and hoping that he would one day become one of them. And now that day has finally come for him. He saw all the results that all the other students who have been in there for a significant amount of time, seeing the results that they were getting. And he was like, holy shit, I'm so excited for this. And then boom, matter of fucking time, he's got it. He said, I still can't believe that I made it. And this is only the beginning of something greater. And it's true, bro. Every single one of you guys are at the starting line of your path to profitability. Let me help you guys get there. 2 months ago, this dude was at his lowest point. Literally, it took him 2 months to be able to develop and learn the skill that was life-changing for him. 2 months ago, he was at his lowest point and thought that he had nothing. Not only that, trading helped reshape his thoughts of the future. It changed him as a person. That's what trading psychology can do. Notice how in the entire psychology portion of today, I was going over how psychology not only trades your trading, but also your life. I was telling you how you guys can reshape your trading, but also your life. Imagine how much more reinforced and how much more strict you guys are going to be to those goals, how much more strict you guys are going to be to those affirmations that you guys write down in your notebook when you guys are getting on a coaching call every single fucking day. And I can hold you guys accountable to these goals and to these affirmations that you're writing down. Did you guys stick to this? Were you actually getting 1% closer to this five-year dream version of you? This person was able to do that, and I know that these are a bunch of, and this is like no disrespect to them, but these are random people just like you, just like me when I was first starting, who were able to change their lives with the skill of trading. And that's why I'm so fucking passionate about this, because I wouldn't be if this was some bullshit, bro. I've changed so many people's lives with this shit. And I know that I've been able to help you guys change your life, at least in some way or some fashion, because you guys showed up today. You guys showed up today and you guys put in the work required. Now let's add more fuel to that flame. Let's help you guys get to where you want to go with more coaching, with more help, with more discipline, with solutions to your problems. Help me help you guys. Like, this is, there's no other way to say it, bro. Like, being a mentor to people who were just like me as an unprofitable trader, that unprofitable version of me, bro, I think back to that time and I just think of what type of funds or what I would be willing to do to be able to get in contact with a person like me. That's what I want to do for you guys today and for the rest of your guys' trading career until you guys no longer need me. And that's what I'm giving you guys today. I'm giving you guys that opportunity. I'm giving you guys that chance, not only for an extended period of time, but also for like a fucking discounted price that usually I charge way more for a smaller period of time. All of these people, every single one of these people have half of the time, if not shorter the amount of time than you guys have with this offer today. So again, if you guys want to be a part of this journey, if you guys want to help me help you along this journey, scan the QR code, click the link that's pinned. You guys, if you guys need help, there's financing available. You guys can split up the payments. Take the leap of faith. Go all in on this. Just like Orangey was saying, you have to go fucking, I know it sounds crazy, but like balls deep with this shit. You can't be half out, half in. You might as well take that risk. You might as well take that leap of faith, because guess what? Time is going to continuously keep on ticking. And the only thing that's consistent in this life is time. Time is going to keep on going. We can't press pause, so we might as well move with it. We might as well try and make progress with it, because time is going to keep rolling. And every single day that we wake up and we don't actively try and improve ourselves is a day that's lost. And is a day that we don't get closer to that dream version of ourselves. And I want to help you guys on a daily basis get towards that dream version of yourselves. Just like how I did yesterday, just like how I did today, but do this every single fucking day with you guys. I want you guys to be a part of my community. I want you guys to be my students, and I want to change your life forever like I've done with thousands of other people. You guys can literally go to my Instagram. You guys can go to my Instagram and you guys can click on my profile and you guys can see that there's just testimonial after testimonial of every single person that was able to get funded, that are getting payouts. It goes on and on and on. This is just one highlight. There's 8 of these, or I think there's 9 now, where I can just keep on fucking tapping of me changing individuals' lives. All of these are different people in different lives that I changed. Funded accounts getting passed. Look at that, fucking paragraphs getting typed out. We can do this all day of funded accounts getting passed, payouts. And they had less time than I've given you guys today and did it for more of a price. I'm giving you guys a discount on the price in an extended period of time because I know that because you guys were willing to sit through that long ass lesson yesterday, and because you guys were willing to sit through this long ass lesson today, you guys have what it takes to turn profitable. Now, if you guys still, for whatever reason, have any questions, but you guys want to secure a spot to make sure that you guys can take advantage of this deal that we gave you guys today, but if you guys still have questions, okay, you guys can put a deposit down, okay, to secure your spot and then to secure this sale and the 6-month opportunity that we've given you guys so that you guys can get on a call with my team and ask them whatever questions you guys need about the group, about the program, what's involved with it, okay? So you guys can scan that QR code that's in the middle right there, secure your spot, secure the sale, and secure the extended period of time that I gave you guys today to be able to take advantage of this. Because again, this isn't going to happen any other time. And I literally did this on purpose because I wanted to spend 6 hours on a call to see who was willing to make it to the end. I wanted to spend another 4 hours on a call. Who was willing to make it to the end? And then give you guys literally just the best deal possible to be able to help change your guys' lives. So again, if you guys have any questions and you guys want to take advantage of the deal that I showed you guys today and of the extended timeline that I've given you guys, because again, like I said, this shit, it's usually not $5,000. It's usually much more than that, and it's for a smaller period of time. And today I'm giving it to you guys for $5,000 and for 6 months straight. That again, to me, it's a fucking no-brainer. You're literally paying $41 per day for a coaching call. $41 for a coaching call with me every single weekday. Like, are you fucking crazy? So again, if you guys want to secure the price that I showed you guys today, and if you guys have any more questions, or if you guys want to, again, take action, but you guys have more questions, you guys can scan the QR code so that you guys can, whatever, secure that, and then make sure that you guys can still take action just at a later date, and you guys will be able to get on a call with my team. Again, we can just keep going on and on and on with these testimonials. This dude didn't even know what a fair value gap was. Didn't even know what a fair value gap was or how to use TradingView, and he just passed his first $50,000 funded account. He joined the blueprint, didn't even know what a fucking fair value gap was. Most of you people that are in here right now, you guys already knew what a fair value gap was. You guys already knew how to use TradingView. This dude had far less experience than you and was in the blueprint for 3 months and then was able to pass his funded account with 0 prior trading knowledge. This dude was able to build the confidence required and the consistency required because he was showing up every single day. That's what this coaching program has for you guys. Again, we can just go on and on with people getting payouts, with people finding success in this program. This dude didn't know anything before joining. And it not only made him a better person, but also finally a profitable trader. Like what? Imagine coming into a program, not knowing anything, and then coming out profitable over the span of 3 months. Are you fucking crazy? And again, most of you guys already have the fundamentals and the base foundation built. You guys just need me to get in there and give you guys direct solutions to your mistakes that you guys are making. That's what I'm giving you guys. Again, this dude gets a payout on the second funded that he's ever attempted after joining the blueprint. After 1 month and 10 days, he was able to pass his funded account. Now, if you guys still want to take advantage of this, but you guys aren't willing to put money up front, then you guys can still hop on a call with my team. However, that doesn't necessarily give you guys access to the deal that I gave you guys today. And all of these calls are going to be postponed afterwards from the people that had already taken action and that had already put a deposit down to be able to talk to the team, to be able to secure the deal. So these calls are going to happen at a much later date. Again, if you guys do want to take action and get on a call with my team to be able to secure that spot and to be able to secure the sale that we did today, you guys can scan this QR code to be able to make it happen. But again, man, like my goal with this is to be able to make as many people profitable as possible. And again, I'm trying to give you guys as many options as possible. So again, if you guys still have more questions and you guys are like, I don't want to put any money up front, but I still want the mentorship and whatever, I'm willing to wait some time to be able to get on a call with TJR's team, then awesome. You guys can scan this QR code. It's going to take a little bit of time to be able to get to you guys, but you guys can go ahead and scan this QR code. Or again, if you guys want to skip through all of that bullshit, you guys can literally just scan this QR code right here, type that link into your browser, and then just get immediate access. Okay? With split up payments, with financing available. Okay, we're making this easy and accessible for you guys to be able to hopefully change your guys' life for the better. Now, again, we can go through this all fucking day long where...
So, a quick little testimonial.
Again, I'll let him speak for himself.
Basically, just about the mastermind. I would massively recommend it. I've been trading for about 14 months. Rinsed more funded accounts than I think
sound sharing.
Hot dinners. And after...
Give me 1 second. Let me make sure that sound is involved with this. Okay, we have sound involved. Now we're talking.
So, a quick little testimonial.
Again, just to show you guys that these are real fucking people and not just fucking Discord bots.
More funded accounts than I think people's had hot dinners. And after completing the course, I am actually starting to see an improvement in my trading. What a screenshot of my demo stats.
Look at that, trade Zella.
But yeah, trading's not just about the strategy. You learn about all the different factors that you need to actually perfect to hopefully start your journey of profitability. And I know I've only just been able to learn how to trade or like learn an effective strategy, but you've got to work on your risk management every day. But I would highly recommend the mastermind if you're serious about wanting to take trading on as hopefully your career one day. So I would highly recommend. Sorted.
Hello everybody,
female
my name is
trader,
Scarlett, and I was part of TJR's 1.0 mastermind, and I just want to give them a huge shout out because the experience was extremely transformative. From a trading perspective, the mastermind will give you the foundations of trading, the basic education, as well as the tools in order to trade. But for me, the game changer was the step-by-step layout that TJR gives you on his strat. He makes something like trading so simple, which is why I think the name Blueprint to Profitability is so fitting, because it literally is a step-by-step blueprint on how to enter, exit, and execute trades. The mastermind definitely simplified trading for me, which in turn has made me feel like a much more confident trader. But most of all, the mastermind develops character, which I think is a lot more valuable in the long term. All that to say that I am extremely grateful for TJR and the mastermind and his team that he has on there. You guys are truly changing lives, and I can't wait to see what's next for me.
Again,
this is my testimonial for Mastermind 2.0. I just yap a lot, so I'm gonna keep this short. I feel like if it was smaller amount of people and it was more one-on-one with the people instead of like a class thing, yes, it's supposed to be everybody pay attention to what he says, but I feel like it was more of a class thing and didn't get to what more people needed to know. Excuse me. But that's my opinion. I learned everything out there for YouTube, and I compared it to this one, and the YouTube and the Mastermind are like this, in my opinion, like tight as hell. I don't think there's no difference other than that. Love it though. I'm not talking nothing negativity, really. It's all more of a what you guys could improve on, in my sense. I guess my little critique in it, but loved it. Recommend everybody that does no clue about this to join. It's the most well explained, more best psychology ever you can learn. It's probably the best thing I've seen from all 3 years of trying to learn this whole market. And TJR is the person that taught me how to become a successful funded trader. I'm not funded yet, but I have been successful on demo thanks to TJR. Same things. My strat is amazing because of him. I do the same thing of him, and forever for that I will be grateful. That's why I would love for y'all to join me on a blunt rotation one day.
Jeez. Okay. Even though I would love to join you guys on a blunt roto, again, you guys can see that this is like, we've shown so many testimonials now, like it's fucking foolproof. I think the amount of people that have gone through my program and that have found success, it's pretty directly correlated with the people that are willing and able to take action. Okay. And just like how I mentioned to you guys before, every single one of you guys has already proven to me that you're willing and able to take action, and you guys are willing to show up every single day. So let me expand that. Let me help you guys get there faster. Let me help you guys find direct solutions to your guys' problems. And let me do that through coaching. Let me do that through mentorship. Okay, just like Orangey was saying, like him joining a group was massively correlated with him finding success in something that is trading, but in a completely different asset class. And you know, he said that finding somebody that is super sufficient and has a good skill set, it's going to change the fucking game by finding a mentor, right? So again, by doing this 6-hour call with you guys yesterday and this fucking 4.5 hour call with you guys again today, and we have even more tomorrow, I want to help you guys differentiate yourselves from the pack. I want to be able to help you guys on your profitable journey. And I also want to give it to you guys and show you guys that I'm actually willing and committed to you guys more than I am to just any other regular person on the street. Because any other regular person on the street, they try and sign up to this, it's going to be 3 months for them. And it's going to be more than $5,000 for them. For you guys, I want to give it to you guys for 6 months. And for literally thousands of dollars less, because I know that you guys are the type of students that I want in my program. I know that you guys are the type of students that are willing and able to take action, that are disciplined, that are going to show up every single day. So again, I want to be your guys' coach. I want to be the mentor for you guys to help speed run your guys' path to profitability. I want to show up every single day with you guys as you guys are grinding towards that main overall goal of becoming a profitable trader, and help you guys get there on a daily basis, because I know what the skill of trading has done for my life, and I know what it can do for yours. It's changed my life drastically. And as you guys saw, it's changed all of these students' lives drastically. They went from not knowing anything about trading to learning the skill of trading in the span of a month, in the span of 2 months. Imagine how much improvement. Imagine how far you guys are going to be able to get after 6 months straight of being able to get on a coaching call every single weekday, to be able to find solutions to your problems, to be able to ask questions. You guys can't find that anywhere for free online. You guys can't. That's the difference between this mentorship and any other bullshit that people are going to try and have you guys sign up to. Okay, this isn't just like some pre-recorded course. There are pre-recorded videos in there for you guys to go over concepts that maybe you guys need freshening up on. But the real value is the time and effort that I put in prior to this to be able to learn the solution to your guys' mistakes, to be able to put in the time and effort to learn and have the skill of day trading so that I can transfer that skill over to you guys. And on top of that, I've been doing this teaching shit for the past 2 years now. So now, not only do I have the skill of trading, but I have the skill of teaching, and I'm making it a lot easier for students who come through my program to be able to learn the skill of trading. Those are 2 super high leverage skills that I want to be able to leverage for you guys, to be able to use for your advantage so that you guys can change your fucking life. That is shit that you guys cannot find on a YouTube video. It's not something that you guys can find in a book. Finding the direct, specific answer to your personal question on a trade that you took last Friday, that answer is not going to be possible through a YouTube video. The only way that is going to be possible for you guys is through mentorship, by bringing it up on a coaching call and saying, what did I do wrong here? There's not going to be a specific YouTube video on Max's losing trade that he took last Thursday. There's not going to be a specific YouTube video on the specific psychological problem that Ernesto had on Wednesday. How can you find solutions to those answers? By having somebody who has been through it before, having somebody that has been in your position before and has found solutions to those answers on their own and is now willing to give it to you. So again, I'm giving you guys a crazy fucking deal on this to be able to become my student, because I know that you guys have what it takes to be able to become profitable, to be able to change your life. Scan the QR code, click the pinned link in the chat to take advantage of this, because I can almost fucking promise you a month is going to go by and you guys aren't going to take advantage of this offer. And guess what? It's no longer going to be on the table for you guys. And you're going to be kicking yourself because you're going to be like, God damn it, I have all of these mistakes and I have all of these questions that I can't seem to figure the fuck out. And I wish I took advantage of TJR's mentorship. I wish I took action when he told me to. Don't be the person that's going to be kicking yourself down the line when you guys can set yourself up today by taking action today to potentially be living a far different life 6 months from now. Not only that, but to set yourself up for a far different life 5 years from now by establishing the fundamentals and by establishing and fixing all the mistakes that you guys are making in your trading right now. There's a reason why I have such a high fucking rating on this. Because what I do works and I produce results. There's a reason why I have 1 million fucking subscribers on YouTube, because the information that I give on there, it fucking works and it changes lives. There's a reason why you guys were here today, because you guys trusted me as your mentor to help you guys change your life. Because what I have already given you for free via YouTube, via TikToks, via Instagram stories, via trade recaps on YouTube, that has progressed you as a trader. So imagine what this will be able to do for you guys over a 6-month span, being able to get on a call every single day for 6 months straight. What that will be able to do in comparison to a little 30-minute long YouTube video, in comparison to just one singular trade recap that gets uploaded where your questions aren't able to get answered. This is going to be able to give you guys direct solutions to your problems, direct solutions to the mistakes that you guys are making the day that you guys make them, so you never make them again and you guys can instantly progress to that dream version of you, to that version of you that you guys wrote down today. You guys are striving to become a better version of you. Let me help you guys get there, because I was in the exact same position that you guys were in. So again, if you guys want to be my student, if you guys want to help me help you along this journey, scan the QR code, click the link, and let me help you guys get to where you want to go. There's so many people that have gone through this and have found massive amounts of success. And I want you guys to be a part of it as well. There's no other way to go about it. There's no other way to talk about it. Like, my students produce results when they show up every single day and we can give them solutions to their problems and they take action on their problems. And I know that every single one of you guys is willing and is going to be able to take action on those problems. You guys are going to be a part of that 2% of people those traders that turn profitable. Why? Because you guys were willing to show up yesterday. You guys were willing to show up today. Now, what happens when you guys show up every single day for 6 months straight? Imagine where you guys are going to be with your trading. It's going to be night and fucking day difference of where you guys are going to be as traders. By having somebody like me by your side, holding your hand throughout this entire process. And again, I wouldn't be so excited or I wouldn't be so on top of this shit if I didn't believe in it. If I didn't have student results, I wouldn't be fucking talking. But I have thousands of students' results. I've changed thousands of people's lives. I've not only been able to change my life for myself, but I've been able to change thousands of other people's lives by giving them the opportunity that I am giving you guys today, but for a much bigger price and for a shorter amount of time. I'm giving you guys literally half a year to be able to get on a fucking call with me every damn day. I want you guys to be my students because I know you guys have what it takes to become a profitable trader. I know you guys have the discipline. I know you guys have the consistency to show up every single day. This is your guys' chance to take that leap of faith on yourself because time is going to continue ticking. And eventually you guys are going to wake up 5 years later and you're either going to be in that dream life that you guys have always dreamed of, or you're going to be in the same exact position that you're in today because you half-assed it and then you gave up. And just like every single one of the guest speakers that I've had on, whether it was yesterday or today, has said, you can't half-ass this shit. You need to go all in. You need to bet on yourself. This is how you guys can do that with somebody that is going to help you guys along the way. It's not only betting on yourself, but it's also progressing yourself. All of those people that join the blueprint and then boom, they instantly make the money back that it costs to be able to get in there. And then on top of that, start profiting. And then boom, that skill changes their life forever. Think about the ROI that gives them. You guys have that opportunity today, and I don't want you guys to miss out on it. And I'm so fucking passionate about it because I know the results that my students get, and I know what is possible for every single one of you guys. Like, we do the type of work that no other mentors are willing to do. I can promise you without a fucking doubt in my mind that you will not be able to find a mentor that is willing to put in the same amount of work as me for the price that I'm giving you and for the amount of time that I'm giving you. You won't find a mentor that's willing to show up every fucking day to give you a solution to your problem. You won't find a mentor that's willing to do what I'm willing to do to be able to help you guys get to where you want to go. And why am I even willing to do that? Because I know the exact same fucking position that you guys were in, because I was there before. And I want to help that old unprofitable version of myself, which is you guys right now. Because I know the life that you guys could be living. And it's on the other side of building and learning this skill set of trading. And I can help you get there fast. And I can help you get there in the correct way where you guys aren't just hopping from YouTube video to YouTube video, trying to change your strategy, trying to find the next best thing. You guys know that's not what's going to work, but you guys know what will work. Showing up every day, single day, getting 1% better every single day, being consistent. That's what this guarantees you to have. It forces you to show up every single day. It forces you to show up every single day for half a year. Imagine the progress that you're going to make if you guys do that. Or when you guys do that, assuming that you guys are actually willing and committed to do this. There's a difference between the person that says that they're willing and able to want to become a profitable trader. For some people, becoming a profitable trader will forever be a dream, but for some people, it becomes reality, and it can become reality really fucking quick just by showing up every day. And by becoming my student, I'm going to make a promise to you guys as a mentor that I'm going to show up every single day for you. But the question that you have to ask yourself is, are you going to show up every single day for yourself? Because I know I'm going to be there regardless. Fuck it. If nobody signed up today, I still have students that I have to tend to. I still have people's lives that I have to change. So I'm going to be there regardless. I'm going to be there regardless, and I'm going to continue changing lives regardless. And it's up to you guys to get on the train or not. It's up to you guys to take action today or not. That's on you, because I know what I'm doing for the people that put their faith in me. I know that I'm not going to give up on those people that put a lot of faith in me and are putting in their effort every single day. Fuck no, I'm not leaving them alone. I'm doing what it takes to be able to, doing whatever it takes to help them get to where they want to be. But the real question is, are you guys willing to do what it takes to get you to where you want to be in this life, to where you guys want to be in trading? Or is it just forever going to be a dream? Is it forever going to be something that sounds good, but you aren't willing to put in the work? I would like to think that the vast majority of you guys, it's different. I would like to think that. I would like to think that you guys are different. And if you guys are different, do yourself a favor and become my student, because I'm not going to let you guys down. And if I'm not willing to let you guys down, and if you guys are going to make that commitment to yourself, then I can't even imagine where you guys are going to be over the next 6 months once you guys take action today. And we still have another call tomorrow. Added fucking fuel to the fire, bro. And guess what? Tomorrow is a Monday. Guess what's on Mondays? Coaching calls. Boom. The people that took action tonight have a coaching call tomorrow. Are you going to not only get on the call that we have tomorrow, but also the follow-up call that we have with our group within the blueprint? That's 2 calls in a day. I'm showing up for every single fucking one of them. Because I'm there for my students. Are you there for yourself? That's the question that you have to ask for yourself. And hopefully you guys can see that this passion, it's not just like I'm truly, truly fucking passionate about this shit. I'm passionate about changing people's lives. I show up every damn day. I screen record my trades. I show you guys my trade recaps on YouTube. I'm committed to changing people's lives, whether it be through free content and especially through the people that put their trust and faith and invest their time and money into me as their mentor. I put the work in for my students, whether they just watch me on YouTube or whether they're just showing up every single day on a coaching call with me. I show up every single fucking day. And you guys just have to do the rest. So again, are you guys willing to take action on yourself? Are you guys willing to do what it takes to be able to become a better version of you? It's on the other side of this. It's on the other side of taking action. You guys prove to me that you guys are willing to be disciplined. You guys are willing to be consistent. I know that because you showed up all of yesterday. I know that because you showed up all of today. Take that leap of faith on yourself. That's the least that you could do. The least that you could do is put some fucking faith in yourself. Whether it's you showing up every single day or whether it's you guys taking action and choosing me as a mentor and helping yourself become a better version of you so that you guys are pretty much forced to show up every single day. Because I guarantee consistency. I make sure that you guys show up to the coaching calls. I make sure that you guys are staying on top of it. If you guys aren't staying on top of it, I'm going to get on your ass because that is my job. I'm not going to be in the coaching calls saying that everything is sunshine and fucking rainbows to all my students. I'm not. If they're doing something wrong and if they do it continuously wrong, I'm going to get on their ass because that's what I'm supposed to do. It's my goal to make them better. And I don't care if it maybe hurts their feelings in the moment because it's going to change their life later on. And I really want to be able to do that for you guys. So again, this is the last time that we're going to have this up. If you guys want to take action and take that leap of faith, not only on yourself, but also on me as a mentor, scan the QR code, click the link, and sign up today so you guys can start taking action today. You guys took action yesterday. You guys took action today. What's stopping you from taking action every single day for 6 months straight now? Or are you just going to give up on yourself, or are you just going to give up after this 3-day live event? Is that all that you were willing to do? You were only willing to put in 3 days? Why not make the full commitment to yourself? Why not make the full commitment and say, hey, maybe let's put in half a year's worth of work and see where we can get with that? Because I can promise you that if you show up every single day for half a year, for 6 months, are you fucking crazy? You're bound to get results. You're bound to get results, especially with somebody that has been there before, that has been in your situation, that has made your mistakes and has solutions to mistakes that you're going to make. Let me be there for you guys as a mentor. That's what I want to do with this, man. And like, I know what is possible with trading. You guys see it through me. And hopefully you not only have seen it through me as some fictional online character. I'm a real fucking human being, man. The person that wrote in this notebook was just like you guys. The person that wrote down, I will make $10,000 a month. I was just like you guys. I thought $10,000 a month was the dream utmost. I was being unrealistic writing that down. I had no fucking clue what my life was going to look like 5 years from now and where I would be at sitting today. But I took consistent action every single day. I was just like you guys. I showed up every single day, and I didn't even have a mentor. And I still made it happen. Imagine what you guys are going to be able to do with me by your side. Every single one of you guys is in this exact same position that I was in. Striving to be successful. Striving to be successful in the markets. Trying to find confidence in yourself, trying to beat the psychological errors that you were making, trying to beat the confluence errors that you were making, trying to beat the strategical errors that you were making. All of that can be solved every day for you guys with me by your side, by you guys typing out the questions in chats, by you guys getting on the coaching calls. That is what I want to give you guys access to. Half a year straight with me. For a fucking crazy fucking price, bro. $41 for per call. Are you crazy? If you put it that way, it sounds pretty fucking ridiculous, doesn't it? It sounds pretty fucking insane, doesn't it? So again, this is your guys' last chance to be able to become my student, to be able to take action on this deal that I'm giving you guys today. Again, you guys can scan the QR code. I've told you enough times. If you guys don't take action on this, I don't fucking know what to tell you. I did my due diligence. I tried to tell you what was possible. I tried to give you every single option possible. I gave you guys the ability to split up payments. I gave you guys the ability to secure a spot. I gave you guys every single fucking option in the world, bro. Every single fucking option in the world I gave you guys. Now is your last chance to be able to take action and to be able to start this profitability journey the right way with somebody by your side, with a mentor on your team. So again, scan the QR code, click the link. Don't be kicking yourself 6 months from now when you see me, or don't be kicking yourself literally a couple weeks from now when you see a whole bunch of names that were in this Zoom call with you guys that start popping up on my Instagram story. Boom, this person getting funded. Boom, this person getting their payout. Don't be fucking kicking yourself because I gave you guys the opportunity. I gave you the fucking chance with every single option available. And again, I'm telling you guys this as like out of a place of love. Like, I don't want you guys to be looking back on this opportunity and being like, damn, I shoulda, coulda, woulda. If you guys actually want to make this trading shit work, if you guys are actually committed to making this happen, take action today and let me help you guys get you to where you want to go. And to every single person that signed up today, we're going to be ready to fucking work tomorrow, because tomorrow's a trading day. Tomorrow's a Monday. And also everybody in here, I'm going to see you guys tomorrow as well. But for the people that took action, we got a long road ahead of us, and I'm not going to disappoint you guys. I'm going to be there for you guys just as much as I would hope that you guys are going to show up on time, ready to learn, ready to take action with me. All right. So again, this is your guys' last chance. You guys can scan the QR code, click the link. Gave you guys every single option available. I keep repeating myself because I'm like, bro, I don't want you guys to miss out on this opportunity. Now, it's been a long fucking day. We've been at this for the past 4 hours and 40 minutes. As promised, we do have some funded accounts to give out. Okay, I told you guys to wait till the end. We do have some funded accounts to give out. I'm going to leave this screen up. Bear with me. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back, and then we have some funded accounts to give out. BRB. I gotta pee myself. Holy fucking smokes. That was insane. Wow, I was holding that for so long. Okay. Now, again, I'm going to leave this up while I go ahead and just cycle through the participants, and we can go ahead and give out these fundeds here. So let's see here. I'm just gonna close my eyes, and then we'll go ahead. I'll write these names down, and then we'll go ahead and reach out to you guys via email, and then get you guys sorted with these. So let me go ahead and close my eyes. Scroll through this. Okay. Geez, what name is this? Whoa, it's bouncing around. Augustus Oxtulis. Augustus Oxtulis. Congratulations on your free funded, man. Let me write this down here. Augustus Oxtulis. Oxtulis. It's a crazy name you got there. Okay. Here we go. Oh, jeez. Well, we ended at the very end of this shit. Oh, wow. The dude that I was going to pick literally vanished. He literally dipped. That's hilarious. Well, rerun. Jeez, I keep landing on crazy names. Bajarter? What type of name is that? Bajarter Brissenfeld. Congratulations on your free funded, man. Daniel Rivera, congratulations on your free funded, man. Again, we're going to reach out to you guys. Give us some time. Bear with us. We're going to make sure all of you guys get your shit, okay? Next one, Paulo Malandra. Paulo Malandra. Okay, that's 4 funded accounts. We have 1 more funded account to give away. Let's run it. Jeez. Jasso Hernandez. Hernandez. Congratulations on your free funded. Congratulations to everybody that got a free funded, and also congratulations to every single person that took action today to become a student of mine, and get ready to fucking work tomorrow. And then also to every single person that's in here right now, we still have another day tomorrow. So get ready to work tomorrow. I'll see you guys at the same time. To every single one of the VIP people, we are doing a live trading session. Okay, so if you guys are a part of the VIP, we're going to be doing a live trading session tomorrow morning at Market Open. Okay, so Market Open, we're going to be doing a live trading session at Market Open, or 30 minutes before Market Open, so I can talk you guys through some things, then we can actually walk through how I'm looking to execute on the strategy that I showed you guys on day 1, and just talk out some of those things. So that's going to be VIP only at Market Open tomorrow, and then everybody else, it's going to be the same time tomorrow to show up and get after it. So once again, guys, thank you guys for hopping in here. Today was awesome. Another long ass session. And again, before we leave, if you guys want to be a student of mine, save the link or whatever, take a picture of the QR code, put the link in, and you guys can take action tonight, okay? Throughout the rest of the night. And then tomorrow, that shit will be long, long gone. So love and appreciate you guys. My voice and everything is fucking smoked. Gotta go to bed, and hopefully you guys are ready for another day of learning tomorrow. All right, guys, I love and appreciate you. Peace out.
Holy shit. Okay, so the last 2 hours was 100% an infomercial. I definitely called that it was about to go till 8. But that's good that he confirmed the rumor about Monday, so we'll be in there for Monday. And we'll kind of see how he executes in live time and approach things that way. See what we're gonna do. That was you know, maybe for somebody that's just wanting to get piggybacked, I guess that's probably a good option, but I'm not necessarily looking to get piggybacked. I'm just gonna take the information that's given to me from multiple sources. I'm gonna put the research that's available to me free, because in business, free is the best ROI. Don't let any salesman tell you anything different than that. Free for the first 6 months. That's what I want to hear. If you're not satisfied within 6 months, boom. You should already be. So, like, you go into programs that are commission based. If you do this well, you'll get paid. If you don't do this well, nothing happens, right? You go in there, you spend the $5,000, something happens. You can't do those things that you need to be able to do, or you get piggybacked if there's, or it's a scam. You never fucking know. So when you're doing your own shit, you go free. Free. Maybe a couple subscriptions to some shit. And then a lot of times the subscriptions that you're paying into, then you pay $500 into their like pro mode. That's when you start doing it. You're like, oh, this is what everybody's doing. That's normally in business, that's where the key lies. is in the pro version of the software that you end up landing on to use with the best sources in the free mode. So if I would say anything about that last portion of the video, there's things to be learned from that. I would say look it and see if it's a trap. I would say this one's probably not a trap, but the fact that it's 5K is like overvaluing time. And based off of how he was selling it, he was basically keeping himself safe from saying it's going to be him in the call every time you need something. It's going to be one of his team members majority of the time. You think he's going to fucking stop talking to some bitch with fake titties and fucking fat ass on a yacht so you can have a psychology talk? Let's be real. He ain't doing that shit. So it's kind of overvaluing some rando's time, but it's basically just selling into fear of pussies. So that maybe there's a pussy that's got 100 grand in his account, and he's like, you know what, I'm just chalk it up as research, which is a crazy move. But yeah, that's definitely sale based off of fear. Like if there's enough information, you could trade with no information. You might not do good, but the more information that you consume, the you're better off. So this was definitely an explore. Tomorrow's gonna be dope. So that was gonna be semi worth the money. Maybe I just make $100 tomorrow, and it pays for that fucking ticket, right? Whatever, who cares? The content that I'm gonna be creating maybe will draw attention. There's multiple upsides to doing this. So here we go. See you.